Hello viewers, I'm SB, and welcome to Dorfromantik. Dorfromantik is a tile-laying game that is in some ways similar to board games like Carcassonne, where you're just laying down these little hexagonal terrain tiles to build an adorable little model world. And you're probably already kind of getting the vibe, right, with the music and the way these things look. I absolutely love this thing. So this came out in early access today. It is $10, and it is worth every penny, is what I'm here to tell you. So the objective of the game is just to score as many points as you can within the number of tiles that you're allowed to place. You can see we have a stack of 40 terrain tiles here, and we can see the next 3 that we're going to place so we can plan ahead a little bit. And you just have to place your next tile adjacent to one of your existing tiles, and you get 10 points for each edge of your new tile that is placed against a similar edge of an existing tile. So in this case, if we match the open grass edges of these two, bam, 10 points. Many tiles also have quests associated with them. So this river tile here wants to be connected to 2 other water tiles. It wants its river, specifically, to be connected to 2 other water tiles. If we fulfill the quest, we'll get 100 points, which obviously is a pretty big deal relative to the number of points that tiles usually score. And we'll also get 5 more tiles for our stack. So the game is very much about playing carefully so that you're able to complete these terrain groups to keep adding fuel to your scoring engine here. And, like I said, just having like a real relaxed time about it. So you can see that our next tile coming up here has a quest that wants us to create a group of wheat fields. I think we'll go ahead and just place that like this. Now, unfortunately, this fits really cleanly right here. That feels right? Look at how all the edges match. But obviously, that makes both of these quests impossible to complete because they're not connected to enough things. So I think what I'm going to do here is place this way, so we have this space to build wheat fields into. We'll just connect these at the houses. Now you can lay down a tile such that the terrain edges don't match. You just don't get the points for it. But for reasons we're going to discuss real soon, that's not like an awesome idea. There are some downsides to doing that. So we'll build this in here like this. And obviously there's a lot of value in building your terrain tiles like grouped closely together so that you're getting more than 10 points per play. But you do have to be a little bit cautious because you want to make sure you're keeping your terrain tile, your like feature groups available. If we place this here, we're looking for a very specific thing to fit into that space, which I don't love. I think I might actually just... Here, we'll just throw this over here and we'll potentially build some fields out this way later. Alright, so I said that you can lay down tiles with the edges not matching and it's like fine. But there are a couple of exceptions to that. River edges must always be connected to water, or rather they cannot be connected to anything that isn't water. Obviously they can be connected to just open space. And railroad edges cannot be connected to anything that is not railroad. So river and railroad tiles create some actual blocking behavior that you have to be kind of careful about. I think we will just lay this down like this. We are making our life pretty difficult for this tile. We're probably going to have to lay something in here that's not going to match all the things we want. We can definitely connect this to some more houses. Yeah, I think this is fine. So we complete the quest, get ourselves a whole boatload of points and some more tiles to work with. And I think this may be where we just sort of take the sacrifice on this thing. Because, like, that's a very good layout, right? It breaks this edge, but it finishes 2 quests. It leaves field edges open so we can build more field quests into this group. I like it. I think that's fine. And I really, really love the aesthetic of this thing. The way everything's made to look like model terrain or maybe like miniatures wargame territory. And they go so far with the skeuomorphism that like even the quest indicators are little they're corrugated cardboard tokens. You can see the edges of them. I just think this thing is so beautiful. Okay, we've got our first railroad here. Like I said, we gotta be a little careful with these. Let's build it like out here so the railroad parts are pointed away from the rest of our shape. Hopefully we won't create too many blocking problems that way. Maybe we just connect this. This is a little bit awkward. There's so many different things going on with this tile's edges. I'm just going to place this over here for now. I don't have any idea what I want to do with that in the long term. This tile fits the space quite well. We're going to end up running a river tile through here that's not going to match all these houses eventually, probably. Or you know what? Maybe I just want to do this over here. Maybe we want to make a nice big group of buildings so that when we get a quest in a minute that's like connect 80 houses, we're already partway there. Yeah, I think that makes sense. So, same deal here. I'm just going to build out this field group a little bit. Okay, yeah, this wants to be connected to 22 other houses. 22 or more, I should say. It's important to note the presence of the plus because not all quests have it. Sometimes they will want to be connected to a very specific number of other elements of their terrain feature. So, I'm going to lay this down like this. It's not connected to the big group, but I do want to show you something. If you play a tile such that you have now made it so a tile has the correct connections on all 6 of its edges, you get a perfect bonus of an additional 60 points for that tile, and it also adds 1 more tile to your stack. So on top of trying to make sure that you're satisfying all of your quests, it's really important to make sure that you're leaving yourself at least the possibility of getting totally perfect connections on a tile, because those perfects add a lot of fuel. And also, I mean, 60 points is not a small amount, right, relative to what else you're scoring. I think we're going to go ahead and take the bad edge here, because I don't know that we're ever going to find a tile that fits that well, and this extends this out in a really useful way. And so now what we want to try to do is connect this around this way, and I don't think this is a terribly useful tile for that purpose. So obviously, it's worth a lot of points to build your tiles in tight clusters like this to make sure you're always scoring multiple edges per play, but it can be a little dangerous. Because like the more restrictions you put on what tiles will fit perfectly in a place, the harder it is to find a tile that will do that thing. I mean, this does just wrap this quest up, but it also means that we're forcing the field group in the same direction as the houses that we're working on here, which I don't love. We could do this, but obviously that's pretty bad news. It kills that quest and also breaks a bunch of our edges. This fits over here, though. Yeah, this will be fine. It puts a little bit of a restriction on this railroad. But I think it'll be okay. So, I'll tell you, I don't love this. I think this is a pretty dangerous thing to do, because then we're looking for very specific railroad tiles to move on either side of our existing railroad. Something that curves just right here, or something that has both rail and river on it, which is fairly rare. So I'm going to put this down like this. Maybe we'll be able to connect this to our existing railroad, or maybe not. You know, it's not the end of the world if it doesn't happen. Okay, so this thing is 3 forest edges, 2 buildings, and a wheat field. I think this is a pretty good fit for that. And so up here in the upper right, we have these challenges. This one is just play the game a bunch. We can certainly do that. This is close 10 field groups that have at least 10 fields in them in total. So when it says close, it means completely finish the edges of the group. Like this is a closed group. Obviously only 3 fields in it though, so it did not contribute to this thing. And here we have form a forest that has at least 1,000 trees. I bet we can get there before the end of this game. And these just unlock sort of upgraded appearances for your tiles, like slightly more complex. You know, they'll have a couple of extra buildings or a deer on them or something. They're not things that you need to like stress terribly over. And then we can see another mechanic here off in the distance. We're going to build toward this. Sometimes you'll see these outlines of tiles. If we can get over there, this is a tile that already exists in the world, and it has a quest on it. And if we finish that quest, it will unlock a whole new tile type that we can draw in future games. So I would love to get over there and make that happen. Which really makes me want to put this down somewhere over here, even though this does kind of close part of this group off. Yeah, whatever, it's fine. I definitely want to get over here and open up this quest. Yeah, and we'll just keep working on our 1,000-tree forest. Do I want to lay this down over here? No, we'll do it like this. I'm a little worried about the way that we're sort of directing the trees inward toward this non-tree set of objects, but whatever, we'll figure it out. Alright, so this quest is one of those specific ones. This needs to be connected to exactly 16 fields. These can sometimes be a little tricky. I think we'll lay it down like this in the hopes of being able to use this middle area to connect the houses. I would like to be building the houses away, or the wheat fields away from the houses a little bit, just so that we're looking for less specific, less restrictive tiles. This doesn't fit very cleanly over here. Oh, you know what? It connects there pretty well, though. And see, now we've got this tile so close to a perfect. We can definitely make this happen. River, rail, and wheat. Boy, this is an awkward one. No matter how you lay this down, it's a very restrictive tile. I think if we do this, we're probably going to find that it's relatively difficult to extend our river anymore. But anywhere else we put it is also going to create problems. You know what? I'm going to lay it down like this, and maybe we'll just create a tiny little ring railroad here. Oh, it's a shame that house is where it is. Well, this piece isn't too restrictive. Ooh, I don't like that, though. Yeah, this is a problem. Railroads and rivers can sometimes be a problem. I might just go ahead and do this. Just close this railroad so it's not creating any more tile restrictions, even though this is not a... It's not a totally ideal placement. Alright, 77 or more trees. Have I got the place for you? So let's see, we can do... This seems fine. We're probably going to be able to close that out, but like we can already see, we've got a field tile upcoming that it would not be a good idea to connect here. We need to connect exactly one more field, and then this quest will be finished, and then we can work on the thing that wants us to connect even more beyond that. You know what, I probably shouldn't have done that, because that places a lot of extra restrictions on what kind of railroad tile this can be. I was just thinking, hey look, we've almost enclosed a thing. I love to enclose a thing. Oh, and see, this tile has an adorable little deer on it. Oh, see, this is quite awkward. So this one, we don't want to connect it to our big tile group because it'll kill this quest, and obviously we want to be accomplishing our quests as efficiently as possible. But it does want to be connected to a large group of fields. I mean, we could just complete the one quest and fail the other one, but that feels not very good to me. So, okay, can you tell I talk about games for a living? I'm going to go ahead and just lay this down over here, and we're going to probably end up in kind of a weird situation with building out these tiles, but we'll figure it out. I probably don't want to create a dead end to this railroad. This is a little bit of an odd tile. Because if we kill this end of the railroad, then the only thing we can do with this is build it out directly into a tile that has to have water on it. Seems counterproductive to me, so maybe we just connect this to the trees. It doesn't have very good edges for that, does it? And again, the rail on it really restricts the orientations it can be laid in. I might actually just... Yeah, I think we're just going to kind of lay this on an edge somewhere out here, and we'll worry about it later. Okay, here we have an opportunity to extend our river a little bit. This is a 2-field tile, so it's going on... Or sorry, I'm looking ahead already. This is just trees. Let's just build some trees. That's a little awkward. But what I do like about this is it turns the railroad away from the rest of our tiles. That said, we have a tile coming up that fits very cleanly here. Maybe I just make this like... This is a challenge. We've picked up a lot of weird rail tiles really early on. Well, you know what? That actually does fit there. Okay, maybe we're making another tiny little ring railroad. This we can just build out... Here, let's just aim this out here. We need to connect a lot of fields to that, so... Probably for the best. And unfortunately, we're going to have to start from scratch with this quest. We just did not get a lot of good rail tiles for that. Ooh, This guy is a real bad fit for our current situation. And you can see the number of legal placements for a tile like this is actually remarkably low. That said, it does have a single point of field on it, and maybe we need to take advantage of that so that we can actually clear this quest and get back to expanding this field group. But of course, anywhere that we lay it, it's going to cause a real problem in the future by adding all of these rail requirements. Alright, I think I am going to do it like this, even though this is kind of a weird match, and it creates some problems for this river. We'll figure it out. We'll solve them. There are problems that we will just have to figure out how to solve, so we need this to be connected to exactly 9 other buildings. If I put it down like this, it gives us an opening. And maybe from here, like what I really like about this is an open housing group on this side so that we can build it toward the rest of the buildings. And we're already not getting a perfect on this tile, we know that, because we have this edge, so it doesn't hurt us to break that any further. Yeah, I'll take that, and we did perfect this guy. So if we do this, unfortunately, we won't be able to really connect these two groups, because we'll have to put down, in order to finish this quest, we'll have to put down a tile here that kills the housing group. So I think we're going to connect this in a more general way, just like out here, moving toward that tile we can see in the distance that we care about. Ooh, this one has field and forest on it. I think we'd better use it to bridge some of the gap up here. So it is unfortunate that we're going to have to kill the perfect on that tile if we want to do it this way, but I think it's going to be pretty hard to find a thing that fits really cleanly in this space. Like, the positions of everything would have to be just right. I think this is probably about as close as we're going to get. And so the question now is this tile perfect right now? It is. Okay, so we got to make sure that we put trees on that edge. Yeah, because we definitely want that perfect bonus. So we have an open edge here. We could do this, which is pretty clean, but I think I want to get away from building the wheat field into this forest. So maybe we just kind of put this out here. No, let's use it to finish off this group. Okay, now we don't have to worry so much about making sure that we can extend the wheat fields around the railroad. And we can put more of our wheat tiles over here. Ah, that's unfortunate. Well, maybe we just do it like this. You know, this creates room for a forest tile in there. And it gives us some more open wheat edges for that grouping. So we'll continue to get cards with larger and larger numbers of terrain group objects on them, so we want to make sure that we have big groups that have open edges as much as possible. But, as we will see at some point in the near future, I imagine, that is going to get a little bit more complicated by another type of quest that we haven't seen yet. I'm going to keep building this housing group out in the direction of this thing, because I want to see what it is. And so, what do we want to do with this? I'm sorry. That's not a real question. We want to connect it to our existing railroad quest. Doing that is going to hurt these tiles, though. And at the moment, this tile is actually... it is close to a perfect. Maybe we do just create a little... I mean, this feels pretty bad, right? It kills the perfect potential of a bunch of tiles here. We've gotten a lot of these edge to adjacent edge railroads this game. These things are a little rough to deal with. You know what? I'm just going to connect this to the large housing group with the railroad pointed in kind of the direction that the other railroad is in, and we'll see if we can make something of that connection eventually. And then, like, where do we want to cap a field edge? This tile doesn't fit over here correctly, does it? it fits okay with the other field tiles. So that would leave this one edge off of a perfect, but that the tile that goes here would have to be a very specific, like, kill the railroad tile. So worrying about a perfect on this is probably not even a real problem. It's very unlikely to happen. Well, we can just go, like, out to the edge, just place this in a spot where, like, here, where it doesn't really do anything, but it's just potential, it has potential for things to build off of it later. Or, you know, this isn't awful. Yeah, we're creating some decent edges here. So I believe it is the case that you can only have a certain number of quests up at one time, so you don't really want to leave a lot of uncompleted quests like this. You want to be getting your stuff done as quickly as you reasonably can. This is another really awkward one of these. And it's all rail tiles that want to turn immediately. We can put this here and just give ourselves like a very specific railroad tile that we have to build to get out. It creates another tree group, like, and that tree group is open on the side. I'm not too worried about those railroads. I think those railroads are probably just never really getting used. Okay. Trees and wheat together. Two great tastes. So... this isn't a horrible fit. Right, we could do this. That gives us a fair amount of good connections. And it does extend that one big tree group. We get some bad stuff too, but I'll take it. It's okay. And then, sadly, this thing having 3 adjacent river edges does not connect to our existing river at all. But we can put it here. See, the way the rivers are lined up, this is the only orientation this can be placed in that space. That's a real shame. There, we'll do it like this. We might be able to connect that to the river as a whole. Alright, this can just go in our big group of field quests. That seems pretty compelling to me. Yeah, and like I said, we'll figure out how to connect these. We'll wind those together eventually. I'm still looking for a housing tile that will extend this group toward the other big group. For right now, let's just connect that housing quest. So I think, based on my casual observation, I think 7 is where you stop getting new quests. Oh, look at that. Absolutely gorgeous. And you can see, as the board extends in different directions, you sort of enter new biomes. Like field tiles that we're placing over here are more lavender. The color of the grass on the terrain will change as we get out further and further in different directions. And by the end, you just have a really, really attractive looking little world. It's very pretty. I want to keep connecting this to this big group of trees. What is going to be the right way to do that? Because, like, obviously we want to be nestling the tiles together as much as possible, but this creates a pretty specific situation there. Well, I still like it. We still want to make sure that we're getting as many points per placement as we can. We can connect these sort of river edges over here. Gosh, I wish I was getting tiles that were better for working on this. Left ourselves a real weird position over there. Okay, so this thing can't be used to extend this... well, I guess it can be used to extend it in this direction, but obviously that's pretty not ideal. I mean, I'm more inclined to use these fields over here. What is going to be the right way to do that? I wish that this tile had at least one open grass edge. We could work with this a lot better if it did. I mean, we could just put it here. That's okay, I suppose. So I've talked a little bit about how I think it's valuable to have big feature groups with open edges. Oh, and see, I was wrong. Apparently you can still get more quests. how it's valuable to get terrain groups with a lot of open edges, but you also want your terrain groups to be kind of closable. And we're going to see why, I'm sure, really soon. This wants to be connected to 4 other water tiles. Hey, look at that. Apparently, I was really thinking ahead by building this group in this way. And also, that is my discard. Sorry about that. I thought I had that in streamer mode. Okay. So, the tiles that have all water edges are a little bit special. They will only count for perfect purposes. They will only count as though they are correctly connected to other water edges. But when you put one down, it just scores the number of... It scores 10 points for each tile that it's adjacent to. I'm going to put this right here. So you can see we get 40 points on that. Just because it makes it easier to connect these 2 groups. And I'm very pleased I did that, because we got something very useful coming up in a moment here. Okay, this looks like a really nice fit, and it opens up that wheat group again. This also is a pretty nice fit. Yeah. So, okay, now we've got this big forest group building out into the open, away from the restrictions created by this, which I'm very happy about. And this here is a special kind of tile that I had to complete a quest to unlock. Each of this tile's edges are both water and rail, so it fits very cleanly right here. And now we can actually extend a railroad out of this, or we can use it to build that water group if we need to. I'm going to build the water away from it so that we have the ability to use it for rail later if we want to. But obviously we're going to prefer to build our railroad out here for the moment, just off of that quest. And remember, when you're not working on quests, what you can be working on is making sure you have room for perfects, making sure you are expanding toward perfect tiles. This is a little awkward. We definitely need to keep working on this field grouping, but this tile is not very good for that. Yeah, unfortunate. I might just do this. That creates a nice enclosure here. Slowly, we are building around this tile. We will perfect it someday. And I think we really do just want to keep building this out. I don't really... If we're going to turn this rail line around, we should probably turn it that way. Right, because this tile has a little bit more restriction than this one does, and maybe we can actually connect that someday. Now, of course, we want to be laying tiles down adjacent to as many other tiles that they fit as possible. So I do feel bad just doing this thing and getting 10 points per tile lay, but, you know, there's only so much we can do. We do have to play the hand we are dealt, tile-wise. Okay, so we have some open edges, and I know I was saying, gee, I wish these wheat fields had more open edges, but this is too many. The game should have known. I was asking for something much more specific. That's right, this doesn't fit here very cleanly. Maybe we just build sort of off the side of this. Because I definitely want to put this down near this grouping. It's almost finishing quests. We're getting there. Yeah, very unfortunate. It's very unfortunate how these are grouped. I am just going to do this for right now. We'll just continue opening things up. This wants to be connected to lots and lots of houses. Man, maybe I was 100% wrong about the quest thing. It seemed pretty consistent from my earlier play that I stopped getting quests after a certain while, but maybe that's just not even a mechanic. Maybe I imagined it. This is a little tricky because there's very few ways to attach this particular tile that don't just close off the ability to continue expanding the group it's attached to. I think I'm just going to put it down like this. This creates a very specific need in that space, but it's fine if we can just connect these housing groups. This has been my dream for basically the entire game. Okay, here we go. This is exactly the kind of tile we needed for this space. It gives us the 4 that we need for the exact quest. It opens up 2 new edges for further connections. That is beautiful and perfect. And we've got an opportunity here for a perfect on this tile that doesn't look like it'll be too hard to match up. So we just need a tile that has some houses and some openness. And then we definitely need to connect this over here because this is an opportunity to finally finish one of these quests. Again, it's a little awkward the way it's arranged. I might just do this. It matches correctly on 4 edges. That's pretty good, and it does finish that quest. And yeah, we need to get moving on that, and we need to keep working toward perfecting some of these tiles. We're not going to be able to perfect everything. So we can place this down in such a way that both of its fields are connected to our group, which gives us another quest completion. It does kill the perfect that we have going on this guy, though. Yeah, let's not be greedy. Let's just add 1 edge of this to our currently extant field group. So this tile is already unable to perfect. Doing this doesn't hurt that badly, and it does actually give us. This one's already unable to perfect, right? Because we connected a house to an open edge there. I'm just gonna put this out here. You know, I'm gonna do it the cowardly way. This seems like a fine fit there. What is the right place to put this? I mean, that's pretty great. Yeah, let's definitely do that. So as you go on, the quests keep getting more and more demanding, and eventually you will run out of steam. But we've tended our board pretty sensibly so far, I think. So I think we got a little bit of time left. Do I want to drop this here to keep enclosing these tiles? There's a little bit of natural tension, right, between like wanting to make sure you're surrounding things and creating these situations where you need more and more specific tiles to actually fill out. It's nice to just keep building out into the void and creating situations like this, where we only have to have a tile that matches in 3 places to get a clean match that also perfects a thing, but it's just not always viable. So I kind of think I want to keep building this way. We could use this here to try to push this housing group in the direction of that housing group. But that creates a more specific situation over here, and the earlier we can see what this is, the better. Okay, so we know it's going to be, well, I'm going to assume that the quest is related to the field group here, but I guess it could be the trees. Let's try to connect this with fields. We don't really need to expand our field groupings in other places, so that shouldn't be a big problem. Yeah, this is fine. We do want a whole lot of trees over here. Maybe like that? It is a little bit of a shame that this has no open edges. Maybe we have a house over here that suggests that we might want to build... Like, let's create space for a little town in that area. Okay, and a river that wants to be connected to 18 or more other water tiles. This is what we have been working toward. Look at that. We're almost all the way there already. So let's use this to just finish off this this quest, and then from then on we can work our field tiles down toward that. I feel pretty good about that. Okay, this is five town edges and 1 forest edge. I think we're maybe just gonna do this with that. I mean, I guess we can try to connect these trees to those trees eventually, or just put it down like this so that they connect to the trees on that tile. Yeah, that's fine. All right, keep working on this river over here. At some point, it would be nice to fill this in. But this tile is close to a perfect, so we want to make sure that we do that with a river tile that has some buildings on it. Okay, this one wants to be connected to exactly 5 other water tiles. So as you build these larger and larger terrain groups, you get these situations where you're going to get small specific quests that can't be connected to the big thing. So we could start building it off of one of the river tiles we have over here, or honestly, 5 is a small enough number that maybe we just use the trees on this tile in this quest. We create a new river over here and build that out. Yeah, I actually like that quite a bit. Let's do it that way. This, we might be able to forge a connection here, and obviously that'll help with the, that'll help with that quest. I'm a little leery of doing this thing, though, because then we need a pretty specific type of tile in order to continue expanding this quest. Yeah, I think we're gonna do it. And if we're putting ourselves in a position where we need a specific tile, we may as well just go ahead and do this here because this matches more edges. Okay, this rail tile that's coming up will actually fit there very cleanly. That is lovely. So, do we want to use these trees in our tree group or these houses in our house group? It doesn't fit super cleanly with what we're doing, does it? Yeah, it's not a great one. Well, is there somewhere that we have a lot of edges met already? Just like, yeah, like this. Somewhere where we can build toward perfecting tiles? I think that's pretty good. Obviously, this thing's going to be a nightmare to get right because of the railway restrictions, though. Oh! River with house on it. It kills that perfect. But we're not going to be able to get them all. Yeah, I'll take this. It adds to our river quest. It gets us one perfect. That's pretty good. And then it would be very foolish indeed for us not to build this. Which edge do we want this house on? I think it's probably this one. Sort of in the direction of the other houses, although I guess the railway is going to bisect any group we would make there anyway. Okay, and I do want to connect fields over here, but remember we always have to play adjacent to existing tiles. And this tile does not play very well with the stuff we have down here. We could do like this. This is like long-term speculation about the kind of field group we'll be able to build. I don't hate that, honestly. If we do this, of course, we're breaking this tile off from these with the railroad, but that's a really clean fit. So the next tile down also has house and field on it, but the edge across from the house is empty, so it wouldn't fit. Yeah, I think I'm just going to do this. Alright, so you can tell this is a quest related to an unlock, because it has a little cardboard crown on it. So you've got to connect 34 additional fields. Okay, we're on it. We do still need to connect this river thing, and we're close. We have a lot of water tiles coming up, though. I think I want to work on this quest. I mean, obviously the danger here is that introducing the river down here does restrict our tile placements to some degree. Ooh, and this has river and rail on it. How would we best use that? Actually, looking at our setup, I don't know that there is a good place to actually make use of both of them. I think we're probably going to be placing that either as a river or rail thing. Well, if we place the pure water tile here, then we can do the U-shaped river part of that, connecting those two. It's still not great. Whatever, I think the point is, I want to put this field tile down here. We can just do this with it. That encloses our existing field, though, pretty badly. Yeah, I don't like that, actually. Let's just go ahead and connect this to the water. Put it, like, over here. Alright, so... if we want to place this next tile, such that the railroad is coming off of this thing, to potentially create a functional railroad out here. No, I don't think we want to do that. We want to use the railroad for that. So we'll just use this water tile to complete our river. So what direction do we want to place this in? Where do we want a little lake? We could put it down here. We're going to have a pretty hard time finding a tile that fits this space in a way that actually allows for perfects. But this will at least let us build water tiles out of the space. And, you know, it's 50 points straight off. It does kill a lot of perfect potential, but I think if we're being realistic, I think a lot of that potential was already dead in that space. This is going to make it kind of awkward to build here, but I think if we're going to do this, we probably want it to be just a straight railroad tile that we're looking for. And then we can easily finish our quest off this edge. Alright, so you get to go over here. Yeah, I like that. And so this tile does give us completion. It's a really awkward side of it for the house to be on. And when you're working with a group like this, if you mouse over the quest tile, it highlights all of the open edges of this feature group, so you can quickly see where you might be able to build off of it, which I think is a very nice touch, and is also important for the final quest type, which I'm sure we'll see soon. I mean, it's not the end of the world if we don't close this up right now. We will get more tiles that have trees on them. Maybe we should just use this to put an edge on the house group over here. I think the one house being connected over here is going to end up being more valuable. That's actually really nice. Yeah. So we're looking for ways to build outward from this group. I don't want to cap any of these edges right now, I don't think. Unfortunately, these are the wrong orientation for this fit. So I think this piece is not going to do very much for us, but we can use it to, we can use it to work on the edges of some tiles somewhere. I don't see a very compelling spot. I mean, I guess this isn't bad. This gets us a lot of good connections. Alright, here we go. Lots and lots of houses. If we do this... that's a little awkward. I want to try to create a plausible, like a situation where these can connect. I guess this thing's not bad, right? This leaves us any group of houses that runs straight through a tile, connects them here, and it also is still working on actually completing that quest. This can definitely go down here. This is a little bit trickier. So we don't have another field group going anywhere that we need to be working on. This is probably just another building edges tile. Working toward those high scores. We could place it like this, just sort of like speculative, hoping we're going to get a tile that connects these things in a sensible way. But I don't know that we gain a lot by doing that, honestly. In terms of like buildability. Can we use it to... Yeah, we can just use it to create connections over here. Closer and closer to perfecting these two tiles. And here is the finisher for our railroad quest. Ooh, I don't like either of these turns very much. These are both very restricted. Maybe we don't use it that way then. Maybe we put it somewhere else. I mean, we can do this, right? Yeah, just continuing to work towards stuff. Okay, so here we go. Here we finally have an instance of the final type of quest. See, this quest has this little marker in the top right. This quest means we must connect this tile to a group of 16 houses exactly, and then we must close the group. It has to have actual edges. So obviously... this is tricky when you're trying to maintain these large open groups so that you can connect bigger and bigger quests to them. Here would not work because that's way more than 16. So we might have to just hang this off of like an edge house somewhere far away from everything else that's going on. Yeah, that's already too many. Yep, I think we are creating an entirely new quest group. And in fact... this doesn't really connect to anywhere on the map cleanly. Yeah, that's a real shame. We could, of course, just sort of punt on the quest. Just put it here, use it as a tile for the big housing group, and let it fail. But I want to succeed at the thing. But I want to do the thing. Yeah, all of the places where we have like little bits of housing hanging off edges are very weird and restrictive. So let's put it like... No, you know what? I think I am gonna punt on this quest because we have too many other places already where we want to be placing housing. I do like this tile's cute little fountain, though. Oh, and the smoke coming out of the chimneys. That's nice. Yeah, I'm just going to use this to expand this housing group, I think. No quest for me. We'll do one of those closing quests soon. We will be getting more of them. This doesn't connect to this in a way that I like very much, but at some point we're going to have to just bite the bullet on this, I think. And with us having to connect 29 fields, yeah, we're just gonna have to do that eventually, I think. Trying to wait for the perfect connection, I think, is being too precious and really limiting ourselves. Alright, there's a quest. This wants to be connected to 9 rails. I mean, that's an okay start. Oh, no, we have a much better spot for this over here. Do I think there's any realistic chance of perfecting these tiles? This one, probably not, because we'd have to match 2 perfect railroads. So maybe we do just take this. This gives us a nice open building direction. I like that. I think that's good. Can make another one of these lovely little ring rails. I don't like that. I think that's very restrictive. You know, this isn't so bad, though. Except that these 2 rail tiles run into each other pretty quickly. But whatever, we only need one of these 2 directions to work in order to finish our quest. Okay, this I like. That's very good. We may as well finish off the tree quest up here, right? How do we want to extend it, though? What is the right way to do this? I mean, this is pretty good. It gets us a real clean perfect, and it does create some restrictions for the river, but I think it's fine. And over here... Over here... This tile doesn't really build out any new possibilities for the wheat field, but it does add a field. Alright, which direction is going to make the most sense for this? I guess, like, this obviously creates a very restricted... We basically need this or another one of these in order to build here, which is not ideal. But it does also create a situation where we could reasonably perfect this tile. Any straight railroad that has an open grass side. Yeah, I'm going to do that. It's going to mean that we can't really... I don't think we want to do this, because I don't think we want to create that situation. But I think we can get there on this eventually. And actually, we do have a tile coming up that we can place in this position. That's lucky. So where else could we put this? You know, I'm not opposed to that. It loops it back around, but into a relatively unrestricted situation. And then this is wonderful for down here. This is exactly the kind of thing we want. Yeah, it extends the field out in a new direction, and that's perfect. Okay, we should absolutely do this, even though it makes that river, like, very, very difficult to work with. And then this, I think, is... No, it's not a perfect connector, but it is a connector. So let's see. Right now, both of these tiles are eligible for perfect. So breaking either of them feels pretty bad. Maybe we put this down here. It's a little bit more speculative, but it doesn't necessarily break anything. And it gives us a real easy connection between these two housing groups, finally. Okay, you want to be connected to exactly 28 other fields? We can make that happen on our way to the 20 plus, right? So, are you... You are pretty good for this. You are a reasonable fit here. So this kills the perfect on one tile that we weren't that likely to perfect anyway because we need a very specific thing over here, and it connects the housing group. Oh, but it doesn't... Sorry, this this thing is not the same as this thing, because there is a little break there, isn't there? Ah, that's awkward. That's still awkward. Well, if it's only connecting one... If it's only working on this one group, we could just place it down here. We can afford to wait. We still have 30 tiles in our stack. We can afford to wait a little while on that. We don't have to be in such a hurry. Here, let's do this. Gives us some capability to build outward. Alright, so we don't have a forest group that we need to be working on urgently right now. Do we have a place where this tile just does some good connective work? Like, that's not bad, right? That works us towards some new perfects. What about over here? Remarkably, these are all open edges, which means this tile does not fit there very well at all. It does create a nice closure here. Yeah, I'll take that. Do we still have... We don't really still have town and wheat requirements over here. And in fact, this doesn't fit super well with our wheat fields at all. So we can use it to just... We can use these to just be a couple of houses on the town. Although... Where exactly? What about over here? Does this... That connects not that well. I mean, again, we're already not perfecting this tile. And probably not perfecting that tile. So you know what? Actually, that being the case, I don't hate that. It has good edges for the two tiles that we still might, in theory, get perfects on. Yeah, that's not bad. Okay, this guy's very specific. I think I like this. This gives us a lot of directions that we can build out with. Ooh. We can maybe make something happen. Oh no, this is not quite perfect. We need to swap these two edges. Yeah, there's no way to use this to connect those two. Over here is also awkward. Actually, I would like to rescind my ooh. This tile turns out to be quite bad for us. It fits well here, though. Yeah, I'll take that. That's actually really nice. Alright, this wants to be connected to exactly 36 other fields, which is well within our goals over here. So this tile already can't perfect. I think this is a good place to just build a big opener. And then we can... Yeah, we can work with that. How do we want to integrate this? Maybe we don't. Maybe I don't want... Yeah, I don't think I do want to cap anything off right now. That's almost good. It's nearly okay. Of course, we can just put any tile down that has a house on this side to perfect this thing. Are you still... Okay, you're still live for perfect purposes as well, though, so I don't really want to break this. It would be nice if we could find a house and an open grass side next to it. So, maybe you're not working on our quests at all? Maybe you're just filling somewhere where you do that? Someplace where you are actually a good fit? I mean, we have a lot of... This is not very good over here, is it? It's kind of not very good anywhere. We just got a tile. I guess I'll do that. Now any open wheat edge does get us a perfect there. If it's two wheat edges, we could potentially get both of these. Yeah, that's something to work toward. Alright, how about this? Speaking of something to work toward, we do have a quest running over here that I do need to keep caring about. Do something like this. Turn those trees northward. Yeah, just fill these out. Just start working on opportunities for laying down perfects later. And then... This is actually a lot of open edges over here. Yeah, that's a 50-pointer that may well turn into a couple of perfects. I like that. So this connects these, but none of these tiles are eligible for a perfect, right? Because of the river. Or the lake, rather. So I guess that's not a real concern. I don't really want to build anything here because I'm worried about restricting this river any further. So for the moment, let's not do any of that. Which I guess means that there's not really a, there's not a super valuable place to put this one. Any place we put this is going to be like, its value is going to be very speculative. So, man, I really like the music in this game. So if I do this, this thing's already not perfect, but it does finish that tile correctly. And it leaves us the opportunity to finish... Oh no, this tile's already not perfect too. Yeah, that's alright. Oh wait, was that tile not good? Oh, this edge... No wait, that's good, that's good. Oh, houses, yeah. House against open. Alright, and then we just have a totally open tile. Well... Actually... that fits really nicely. That's very clean. So, do we want to use this on the river over here? I probably want to use it on this railroad, right? If we put the junction down here... Well, I don't want to do this, though, because it won't allow me to get a perfect on that. I guess if I put it down here, it does count as a tile toward that rail group. Yeah, actually, I like that quite a bit. It's a real goofy-looking little thing we've built there. But I do like it quite a bit. So this tile's already not able to perfect because we have this wheat to house connection. So I don't have to place this for the purpose of preserving that. But I do feel like we should attach it to the wheat group somehow, right? We only have 18 tiles left. Fortunately, we've pulled a whole bunch of wheat stuff in a row here. So we need to get 3 more on that to finish that quest. This will get us closer to the river. Yeah, I like that. So we're 6+ on one of these housing quests. This is actually a pretty okay fit. If I put it down here, it'll kill some of our perfects, but it will also... There are 2 orientations we can lay this down in where it does complete a housing quest right now. And in this orientation... So let's see, right now you are almost perfect and you are almost perfect. We'd really like a housing tile that will let us do both of those things. Does this... I would need... No, this is not going to work for that. We need a tile that has houses on opposite sides and open field on opposite sides, which is not a thing that is available to us, actually. I'm just going to take this, I think. I know it's not great. We're only going to get 1 perfect out of it, no matter how we lay it down. Oh no, sorry, 2, because it is gonna perfect that tile as well. Yeah, there we go. That's a pretty good refresher for our supply of tiles. And then it's this tile again. It's this tile with the alternating town and grass edges. Not my favorite, actually. So we can't use it to bridge this gap. So maybe we just build sort of outward, just generally outward. A rail that wants to be connected to exactly 19 other rails. Is this group too long already? No. No, that's okay. So that would leave us needing 6 on it. And actually, it fits kind of well here. If we flip that around. Yeah, that gets us a perfect. It doesn't immediately complete this quest, but if we think we have enough rail tiles to actually finish this off, it is better to put it here. I'm going to do that. It replaces itself when we put it down. That seems fine. Definitely want to just build straight river over here. And then this tile can go on our rail quest. Yeah, it's going to be pretty awkward no matter how we put it down. Okay, do we have a spot where this is worth a considerable amount of points and also progress toward a perfect? The two adjacent forest edges do complicate that slightly. This isn't bad. Yeah, I'll do that. So we are working towards some good stuff over here. A single house, huh? I mean, that seems pretty alright. Okay, 472 trees. We definitely have a place where we can get working on that. Unfortunately, the edges of this forest are a little bit awkward. They're all sort of internal to the shape at this point. So if I do this, it kills the perfect we're working toward on that, but it does at least give us some external edges to build trees off of. Yeah, I'll take that. Ooh, connect me to 38 fields and then close me. I do think we're going to just do this here. Right, it's a large enough number of fields that it will finish all of the other quests on the way there, and then we can close it, and that should be fine. That shouldn't create any conflict. Alright, so this finishes our river group. It's like exactly wrong, which is unfortunate, so I guess we'll build it like this. Alright, I think we want to just... We desperately need to keep connecting fields. Yeah, okay, so we need 2 fields exactly for this quest, and we have 2 one-field tiles coming up. So we should definitely connect these in that way. This group of trees wants to be connected to a large number of trees. What a surprise. Yeah, we killed this tile's perfect already, so we may as well build that way. And then this gets us the first of our many, many, many connected field quests. What is the right way to do this? You know, that's not awful. It is going to make it a little awkward to close this group. I mean, not difficult, just it's going to be awkward with perfects. But it does work toward 2 of our quests simultaneously. It's hard to imagine that being, like, wrong. And then this almost works here. It nearly connects them. It does give us this. I'll take a 30-point match. 30's fine. So I don't know that we're in the business of wanting to close this field yet. And I'm a little reluctant to place things that don't create more open edges. We'll have to close it eventually. And that edge is going to be a problem. But right now it's not so open that we need to be super focused on that. Oh, that said, that is a very pretty fit. Yeah, okay. Alright, connect 533 and then close. That's... Boy, place this down and then close the group later is rough on a tile that has all 6 of its edges being that terrain feature open. But we do need a ton of trees over here for the quest we're working on, so I'm just going to make that forest even bigger. My guess is, for this, we're just going to have to close this with a water tile that doesn't have a field on it. Some of our perfect dreams have to die eventually. I think I might put this down like this. It has connections for the future. I certainly don't want to do this thing and close off the side of the field. And it does that. This is a small enough number of trees that I'm not necessarily opposed to just using it over here to work toward perfects and stuff, but maybe it's best we focus. So that's a pretty good fit. It breaks, like, this boundary's bad, but this tile already can't perfect. I actually like that quite a lot. Alright, 5 additional houses. And it's, damn it, I was about to say it's even a good fit over here, but no, it's, again, exactly wrong. All of the edges are just barely not the thing we need them to be. We could put it here and hope to get a nice forest tile in the middle there. Yeah, okay, I'll take that. Man, this is... It's so relaxing. It's just such a relaxing experience. Okay, connect me to 24 houses. Well, it turns out somebody just linked all the housing groups into one giant town that makes this actually really hard to play. Maybe not my finest work. Boy, where even are we going to start this? I guess, like, this has a couple of houses, but we can't do that, right? Because then we're trying to build the housing group into a railroad. Yeah, actually, all of these cute little towns sequestered away from everything else are now going to become a huge problem. We could put this down in a place where we just don't do the quest. Maybe that's the smart money. Does it accomplish a lot for us anywhere in particular? It doesn't really look like it. It seems like it's just not a tile that's well aligned with what we're doing. One thing we can do, but we want to... It's a quest that requires, or requests a close after. We can put it down kind of near the rest of the buildings, finish the quest, and then connect it into the rest of this stuff, but it does want us to close the group, so maybe that's not how we'll use it. With this, I definitely just want to build out of our forest here. We do still have a railroad quest running, and I'm actually really happy to see this tile, because it gets us out of this corner. All we need is, like, a tile that runs straight or at a two-edge gap, which I bet we can find somewhere. We don't have a river quest running right now, do we? No. So... We could put this down like this. It sadly does not fit in the space we most want it to fit in due to this tile. Yeah, that gives us an extra field to connect for this quest. Do we just keep building outward? Where else do we need... Okay, we have an edge over there that it would be nice to close, but this is probably not the right tile to do it with. Yeah, it doesn't... That doesn't play well with anything that's going on over there. That's probably not a good idea. I mean, we can just do... Definitely don't want to do that. We don't want to add a bunch of river requirements here. I guess I'm just going to build this to let this river outward. This is a terrible idea. Do not do this. But the presence of the railroad on this tile makes it really kind of dangerous to work into this forest group otherwise as well. So we may just build this sort of out somewhere. Throw it on the edge of the existing rail group over here, maybe? Yeah, so if we pick up another big rail quest, we have that available. We don't want this on our existing rail quest either. This thing, I think, is... it's okay there. Sure, I'll take that perfect. And then we have a tile that's just open everything. Well... If we put it right here, it does perfect... this tile, obviously. It gets this tile close. Are you... Oh, this is actually... Yeah, it perfects this as well. And the odds that we would want to close this with a tile that will actually do the field connections correctly are pretty low, because obviously any fields we draw we want to be putting over here for a considerable amount of time. But it is still possible that we'll want to do that. So is there a place that this fits better? That this does better work than that? We have 22 tiles left. We're not like trying to clean up every little problem we have yet. We're not desperate for time, so maybe it's okay to put it in a place where it's just okay, but it doesn't break a lot of stuff. Like, this isn't terrible. It prevents this tile from perfecting, but honestly, rail plus river tiles are unlikely to ever perfect anyway. Again, this breaks a bunch of stuff that I think these tiles are still live, right? Yes, they both are, so I don't really want to do that way. We could just close this up here. We can get 33 more trees out of that connection, probably. Just preemptively working on getting the closing. And then I guess we're just building this housing group into something. Alright, this tile should be just fine over here. It's not going to match perfectly, but... Oh, right, with the way the rails are aligned. This is the only way I can put that down. Well, it's good enough. It gets us out into the open. That is lovely. How do we want to... I think I like this best. But yeah, that fits really nicely. Okay, just a river. Maybe we just go ahead and take this, just get this edge dead. I would like to see the right tile, but also, what are the odds that we're going to see the right tile? I guess we don't have to settle just yet. Let's just connect this somewhere. Oh, wow. Actually, that's lovely. Yep, you can go over here. It's remarkable how well that fits, actually. This is definitely one of these. Although, are all of the tiles around this still live? I think so. So this would allow us to get 4 perfects. It's not bad. We'll hold off. We're looking for a very specific tool there, but it's a tool that might actually exist. What is the right way to connect this thing? It's a shame that this tile doesn't... It's a shame the edges of this are arranged the way they are. If I do this, it gives us a relatively easy way to connect this little group to this little group, and it perfects that tile. Oh, and this one too. Yeah, I'll take that. We can work with that. Does this do anything interesting for us? Not really. It's tough to imagine what we would use this for. We can build the river out of here with it, but yeah, it's not super pressing. Do we just build the river out more into the middle of nowhere? I guess that's okay. Alright, can we use this to build the connection we want? Yeah, basically. And this tile's already dead, so... Alright, I'm pretty sure... We could use this to build out our railroad quest over here, and probably should. And just put it down here, and maybe the river can run into it as well. It does fit really nicely here, though. But this isn't, you know, that's not an active quest. Okay, so this tile is 5 perfects, I'm pretty sure. Well, sorry. It immediately perfects 2 tiles, and then it doesn't break these 3. But also, like, what if it just helped us work on a quest? Wouldn't that be neat? Wouldn't Wouldn't that be a cool thing? Yeah, I'll take that. It kills this, but it scores a perfect and it extends the field out a little bit more. Although I guess I'm not thinking ahead enough. It extends it into a river. That's a dangerous thing to do. That's likely to backfire on us. Just build this away from the river. Yeah, it still matches with stuff. I want to connect these. I worry about that river, but no, I think this is right. Alright, and then we need to connect 2 more houses. Sadly, we cannot. There's no way for us to get both of the houses on this into that group. So I think I actually just don't want to use this tile over here. There's a pretty good chance that we're going to close this with a single tile that has 2 houses on it. So I guess we could use it to close edges for this thing. Can I actually get... Yeah, we can get the wheat field into position on one of those. I'm going to take that, because we do need to close this tree group after we finish the quest, so we got to start thinking about that if we're going to get the job done. You want to be connected to 31 other water tiles. Well, good news. Yeah, I think we'll just do that. This can just go over here in the big old group of houses. So does it make sense to put this over here? Not really. Not without trees. We can just continue to build off into the middle of nowhere. That's not very good. How many edges over here do we have to deal with still? So there's 2 sort of internal that we can't use this tile for. Yeah, this tile's just not good for this. Okay, we'll connect it to the river. That's fine. But gosh, I wish it fit a little bit better over here. We could put it there. It's okay. Yeah. It's okay. Sometimes okay is the best you can do. Speaking of sometimes okay is the best you can do. It could be a lot worse. So like I said, we do just have to start closing off edges here. I'm a little reluctant to break the potential perfects on these tiles. Because we could place this like this, because this tile's perfect is already dead, right? This does leave us with... It doesn't actually change the number of internal edges we have, though, right? Like we're closing one, but we're opening up another. We can put it over here and have it close some stuff up, but we are killing some perfects that way. Oh, I guess this tile's already not able to be perfected, so actually this is kind of perfect. This is kind of wonderful. Ooh, railroad. Yeah. This wants to be connected to 50 plus fields. Where are we at on this? Okay, it's not really that much more expansion. And this will get us that that quest there, which I do like. Okay, so we've unlocked a new kind of challenge, and of course, like I said, when we complete challenges, we get new skins for tiles, or sometimes new tile types. And that'll be a thing that we might end up tracking on a future game. So, whenever you complete a quest that has a closing element, it leaves behind a little flag that you can mouse over to see the edges of the terrain group. Or of the feature group. So we would want to actually close with a placement in here. This is going to be hard to do gracefully. Maybe we build... I don't want to build it into the river, though. What about over here? Let's see. This tile is not very close to being perfected anyway. So this one, we have 2 internal edges that we can compress down to 1 internal edge. We can make it so there's only 1 opening here. And I think we probably ought to. If we're gonna get this group closed eventually, we gotta We gotta be working in that direction. This is a really awkward fit. Ugh, even that's bad. That said, I think water tiles can sometimes be rare enough that maybe we should just put this in a position where it's bad. Because, like, we can't guarantee that we will see 6 more water tiles in 23 tiles, right? We gotta make sure that we are actually contributing to this. So I think I'm just gonna put this down over here. This tile's already pretty much trashed. It's unfortunate, but we are on the clock a little bit. Just a little tiny bit. Even this game's version of on the clock is, like, pretty gentle, though. If we do that, it doesn't actually change the number of, again, the number of internal edges. This does. But I don't want to, like, this thing is so close to being perfected. I am really reluctant to mess with that. The thing is, I don't think this tile plays particularly cleanly out here. Right, it compresses us to a very small number of open forest edges, and we have to be, like, really careful from there. And we can see we have 2 tiles coming up that have a lot of trees on them and 2 open grass edges. So they don't fit cleanly here anyway. So I might just use these to extend this group and do something else with this tile. That's not very clean. Okay, we do have... This can match a couple of things. Like, we can do this. It doesn't meet this tile or that tile, but it does correctly match this one, and it perfects that one. We can probably do better, though. You know, that's actually lovely. That's a lovely fit. Okay, this tile wants to be connected to a very large number of trees. How are we... Okay, right now this group contains 600. That's not too bad. That's a thing we can work with. So what if we play it like this? It does connect well to several edges over here. And it doesn't create new openings. Yeah, I'll take that. I think that's a little bit better than some of the other fits for that area that we've looked at. This one probably goes outside, though. And I don't really want to turn the group toward the river. At least this version of this play leaves 1 extra edge open, which I think is good enough to justify that. We don't have a rail quest going, and we don't need 4 houses in our current housing quests, so... We can just put this somewhere over here? Somewhere where it's going to do some good matching? It doesn't do very exciting matching anywhere, though, does it? We could do that. And this doesn't even kill this railway, because we still have an entrance over here. Yeah, okay. That's a reasonable fit, and it encloses some stuff pretty well. Remarkably, this tile is actually still live. If we just put down anything that has a house on the edge, we do get a perfect there. That's pretty strange, considering what that tile has 4 railway edges. It's not really that easy of a thing to do. Oh, that is wonderful. How many more? We need 2 more fields here, and these are exact. So, like, this finishes both those quests. It does kill this tile's perfect, but having both of those quests cleared is definitely valuable. We have another tile coming up that has a single field on it as well, though, so maybe we match, like, we do this now, and then we play this on one edge of something. Unfortunately, that's not actually very easy to do without significantly closing up the group entirely because of this play that I made over here. And in fact, this is really dangerous for our future of being able to extend this group to 12 additional fields, right? I think we actually have to play this tile elsewhere. I think it's very, very dangerous if we put it down in there. That's unfortunate. Let's see. Who's still potentially perfect over here? Actually, quite a lot of these tiles are. Obviously, potentially perfect isn't really worth anything. If we don't find a way to close them, then It doesn't matter how potentially perfect they are. That's quite good, though. Yeah, I think this is the moment when we fill this in. We created a situation there, and we have dealt with it most expertly. This is real awkward. We do have to close these internal edges at some point, but maybe this is not that point. This tile not having a house on it makes it a little awkward to play here. Yeah, I don't think we have to do that. I mean, we have lots of tree options coming up. We can wait. So, where does this do something fun? I don't love putting it in here, but it does put us in a position where there's a lot of single field tiles we could draw to actually close those quests. Yeah, I don't know. I think this is just this is a tile that just has a real uncertain sort of value for me. And it doesn't work particularly well on any of these close to perfect tiles that we have over here. Well, it does this okay. If we draw any river with a field on it, we can potentially perfect that thing off. And then this is a very large number of trees with a very large number of open tree edges, which I guess means we could throw it down here and it doesn't create like a ton of extra havoc because there's so much, the edges over here are so closed already, but it also doesn't perfect very well. Like, a lot of these tiles are live. A lot of these are still potentially matchable, although this one's looking a little sketchy because I can't imagine what we would put here. You know what? I am going to do this, and then this. That gets us those two perfects and fills in all of those internal edges. So now this group only has one external edge, although obviously we don't want to close it off just yet. We have this thing over here that wants exactly 2 more houses, and we have a tile here that has 1 house on it, and another tile coming up that has 1 house on it. So maybe that would be a good idea. Also, this is that's just a lovely fit. The thing is, that tile that has exactly 1 house on it also has exactly 2 fields on it. I have to imagine we're going to want to play it down here. But we could put this up somewhere and then just like wait for the right thing to follow it up. Right now this tile's still live, so I'm reluctant to kill it. Reluctant to kill the potential perfect. But at some point we're just gonna have to commit on that. The question is just which tile's perfect are we killing, right? I'm gonna do this. We'll kill this tile's perfect and leave this one's live because it's pretty easy to put together. And we have a really nice place here if we draw one of those tiles that's just open grass on all sides. That is a lovely fit. And then, yeah, I think this goes like... We use this like this to open the field up. It kills that perfect, but like we really, really need more outward edges on this because we have to build 12 more tiles into it still. And then this is a weird tile. What do I want to do with this thing? So it's the end of a rail line, and it's covered in trees. I don't know what to do with that. If we put it down over here somewhere, like... That seems terrible, right? We could just... You know, honestly, that's not horrible. It does put both of these tiles a single match away from perfect. It is the world's worst railroad, but it's not even... It doesn't even connect evenly. They really screwed this one up in every possible way when they were building it. Oh, look at that. That is just wonderful. Alright, and then this should probably connect to the existing river situation, which it does reasonably well. If I put it over here... Oh, that's also open. And actually, I like that, because it puts the river back out toward open space. It makes it a lot easier to continue building on. This is 2 buildings, which is 1 building too many for the little tiny group over there. That's not a horrible fit. This tile's already not perfect. This tile could be perfect. But this does get us 4 perfects? Yeah, I think I would be foolish not to fit that in there. It is unlikely that we are going to find the one tile that works better than that. This makes this basically unbuildable, but I think that's fine. We don't need that to be built. And it does close one of the edges of this town group. So yeah, all we have to do is, like... This tile is not actually good for this purpose. Well, you know what? Honestly, if we put it here, it collapses the available edges down to a single one. Ooh, that's interesting. Maybe we run it away from the river, though, right? Yeah. Okay, I like that. We don't have a railroad quest going on right now, so we just want to use this for the fields if we can, but we have to be real careful with it. Because we don't want to create a situation where we're going to have difficulty closing the edges of any of our fields. It's hard to imagine not wanting to put the 2 fields next to an existing field group, but honestly, I think we probably do run this somewhere else just because the railroad is such a problem. It doesn't fit very cleanly anywhere else. It's just kind of a dangerous tile. It's a dangerous tile that does bad things. And I am scared of it. In case that wasn't clear, I'm making this tile placement out of fear. 22. Okay, this is not too big. What about over here? If we connected this off of here... Oh! Oh, well that's obviously what we'll do then. Here, we'll turn it this way away from the river. But yeah, that only needs 2 more tiles. That's wonderful. This is the only open edge here. So this turns 1 open edge into 2, which is not... It's not horrible, because we still need quite a few trees after that. In fact, like, a lot of trees. What is that? With this, that's still 105 more connections. Doesn't play very nicely with this, though, does it? That said, I may be fine with that. We do kind of just need to open up more space to build off of here. This is one of the things that I find most compelling, I think, about this game, is these situations where you have a thing like this where you really want to close the group, but before you close the group, you have to add to it significantly, and so you're trying to carefully manage the number of openings that you're adding. Yeah, let's just go ahead and do this here. I think that's fine. We'll hang that off there. We'll just complete those in order. Okay, exactly 1 more house. And then this is the only open edge. All we have to do is close that, and I think this is perfect. So, when we complete this, each of these flags will collapse. We'll get some points and some more tiles for them. You can see, pretty good stuff. And I don't want to jinx it or anything. Maybe I shouldn't say anything. But it looks to me like we might be on the route to a considerably higher score than I've ever gotten before. Because, gosh, we still have a lot of tiles left, and we just passed 10k. I might have to break this up into multiple episodes, I'm realizing. We've been at this for a while. Ooh, so do I want to use this to build off of the railroad or the river? You know, it sits right here very cleanly and gives us a lot of directions that we can run either. I think let's go ahead and take that. Yeah, okay. Do we want to connect this to... I probably don't want to close any of these edges right now. Is there a place that we can use this to close off anything else? I mean, we can just wrap up a bunch of these open grass edges over here, I suppose. Or maybe over here? Oh, this seems like it might be good. Yeah, let's do that. We're getting pretty close to building some perfects on that front. Okay, this is definitely an over here kind of tile. Ugh. The forest is in a really bad spot. That's not at all where we want that to be. So let's see. Yep, river closings aside, and these are going to have to be bad river closings. This is kind of the only place to build out of this group. We can just do this thing and hope for the future. Yeah. Maybe we've broken those perfects, but, you know, we'll find out later, I guess. So your perfect is already dead. But this is not a bad match. It turns one opening into two openings. They're in places where they're fairly easy to control. Yeah, I think that's okay. It's almost good. It's in the neighborhood of good. These tile placements are good adjacent. I mean, we can just do this. We can just extend this way out, but we're creating a lot of edges that we have to close later. I'm gonna do it, though. Okay, speaking of a lot of edges that we have to close later. I've created sort of a sprawling thing. It's probably a little bit better to build your stuff closer together. Okay, definitely got more railway to add. There it is. Or we could do this. Just build this out so we have lots and lots of directions we can run that. I think that's a good idea. That gives us the most openness. Where's this railroad even going? None of this connects to anything that makes any sense. The end of it over here is just, it just goes into a small forest and disappears. It's a haunted train. That's what the deal is. Oh, wow, look at that. Look at that. We actually found a tile that does the thing. Yeah, give me that one. And then we'll just cap it, because we do have to start capping. We only need four more fields in total for that group. This looks pretty good. Gets us that perfect, and also builds some stuff out. Okay. That also looks pretty good. So wait, what are the openings on this group right now? Okay, this thing does connect through, so that's an opening. It is all one group, so yeah, it's still open up there too. Yeah, I don't think this is a bad idea. We can still make this happen. It has that internal tile that we have to build. Yeah, we can make that work. That's extremely doable. I don't really want to turn this back in on itself. So we'll do that. We need 61 more trees before we close this off, but at this point we have a pretty large number of openings, so we should probably start capping some of them. Oh, hey, here's the tile that should have gone there. Yeah, and then, like I was talking about just capping things off, then let's just create some more. Let's just cause all kinds of new problems for ourselves. Alright, we are very close to actually finishing the last of the field quests that we opened up what feels like a year ago. I mean, this doesn't actually change the number of open fields we have. I think that's fine. This guy can go up here somewhere. That doesn't actually connect to any of the existing trees, but it is a really nice fit. It does potentially set up a pretty good perfect on this tile. I kind of love the amount of sprawl we have going here. Is there a way to do this that's maybe a little bit more point-inducing? I mean, this is okay. It creates so many additional openings, though. Like, we have so much stuff we have to close on this. Yeah, alright, let's do it. We still want to keep perfects available, right? As many as we can. So each one adds an awful lot of points and life. So let's see. This tile's already not perfectable. If we put this down here, it does some really good stuff, and it does close one edge. I think that's about the best we can hope for down there at that point with the situation that I built us into. Ooh, I like this. This compresses a bunch of open edges down. So where do we want the forest to still be open? I think over here is good. All right, so now we just really need to close that. But let's put the river tile in the river area. How do we want to do this? Do I just want to build it? It doesn't match well on the long end of the river. It doesn't match well over here either. It creates kind of an awkward situation if we play it that way. I guess it creates awkward situations no matter how we play it. Ooh, water wheel wants to be connected to an awful lot of water. Well, I think that can be arranged. Somebody has built an awful lot of water over here. I guess it kind of doesn't matter how we do this. Yeah, it's just not a very good fit. Okay, we're still 5 railroad tiles off of completion on this quest. Do I want to run this way, or maybe we're better off just doing this like over here? If I do this thing, this space can basically only be filled by one of those. But maybe that's already kind of the case. I'll just run this off into the open. It's fine. 171 additional houses, huh? How does that match with the numbers we're seeing here? Okay, that's not a big task. This position's pretty good. It doesn't match on this tile, but that tile's already not perfectable. Pretty solid, I think. And then up here, we're not going to be able to use this to close any tree edges, right? Yeah, we can just put it down because it creates good closure, but I don't actually think it helps very much. So maybe we'll put this somewhere else. Where else does it potentially help? We could use it to just get another house onto this big house group, but we don't want to. We want to be careful about closing the edges of this too much because it's in kind of an awkward spot. Like this is the place where we most don't want there to be a closed edge, right? We could do it over here. Oh wow! Actually, we must do it over here. That is the perfect tile for that location. That's crazy how perfect that is. Now you could say that we got real lucky there, and if you did, you would be 100% right. But a big part of playing a game like this, and this is also true in games like Carcassonne or something, right, is creating lots of situations where you have the ability to be lucky in that way, where there are things that fit well enough. Do we want to do this? It's not a clean fit, and it actually adds edges to the tiles, but it does let us expand it adds edges to the big field, but it does let us expand past the river, which is definitely a thing that's non-trivial. Yeah, I think I'll take that. Okay, and, maybe we want a very large number of fields still open for the moment. Yeah, let's put this down here. So this does collapse the number of field edges we're looking at, but it still leaves us enough room to probably finish that quest. And the only way to add to this is to put it here. Okay, another candidate for the big old town area. So this is all town edges. This is all buildings. There was an accident at the buildings factory. I think we just build it outward. It's not a very good connection, but I think we need the open edges to make sure that we get those quests done, because some of those are quite numerous. Alright, if we close an edge with this, we still need 186 more trees in total. This should be workable. Let's close this edge. So we're building out into just open space with the rest of that. This is running so much longer than I thought it was going to that I'm going to have to ask y'all to hold on for a second while I check and make sure that I have enough hard drive space for this recording. Okay, yeah, we're fine. We're 100% fine. So I need to expand this, but I need to expand it responsibly in a way that I can close later. I guess this isn't too bad. It keeps some of the edges trending together. So you want to be connected to exactly 12 water tiles. We have some small rivers over here that should be real good for this. Yeah, that's not bad at all. We have to be careful, though, because we can't place this in such a way that it ends up connecting... Oh, no, we can't, because this is only 3 tiles. Yeah, actually, this is perfect. We're gonna kill a connection here, but I think it's fine. Unfortunately, this little thing does not get us where we're going, but it'll just go on the other river. That's okay. So do we want wheat facing out or town facing out? Let's go wheat, I guess, because we have wheat facing out here too. Maybe that ends up getting connected. And then this river over here, we still need 8 more tiles on it. Oh, that's a shame. That's almost good. We're living in the realm of almost good with these river tiles. So maybe we just tack it on the end. Yeah, it's not exciting, but it is functional. And that is usually how people review me on Yelp. Listen, I'll take functional. I am certainly not always functional. On the days when I am functional, I'm happy to be it. So we're looking for something very specific to run here. For the rest of our river tiles, we will just add them to the very long river. This is another one that just goes on the very long river. All right, how many more trees do we still need? 170. So this is a good tile. This still creates some openings. We're going to need some more openings. I don't love this tile for any of the purposes that we that we currently need tiles for. I mean, I guess we can just do this. We can just cap that one avenue for growth and do all of our growth off of these 2 spaces. We do still have to keep it fairly limited. Oh, you know what? These are live edges, too. But this tile doesn't fit them very well. I think this is fine. This is an okay way to do this. Okay, we're still looking for one of these connectors for this, so I guess we just keep running these other ones out here. 2 houses and a closing field. We probably don't want to put this on the housing group. We could put it like here, though. Start capping this off, because we know what direction we want to be building this out in. This tile is not good. I do not want this tile, I think. But nobody asked. Nobody cares how I feel about the tile. You know what? Honestly, that's remarkably good. That river is running in a direction that makes sense, and... Yep, so now we just need one more railroad for that rail quest. This is going to be a little awkward. We're looking at something fairly specific over there. On this one, we'll just keep building this way. So we do have room to place like a straight river tile over here if we wanted to. But I'm a little leery of doing that because, like, if we do that, then we have to build the rest of the stuff here because we could no longer connect this space because it would take us over our amount, right? We have to be actually quite careful in the situation that we now find ourselves in. I say the situation we now find ourselves in as a way of denying my responsibility for putting us in this situation. Oh, I don't know what happened. We're here suddenly. That's nice. That's good. So is this... Are these the edges? Yeah, these 3 edges over here are the only edges of this field group currently. So I think we can do that. That opens this up a little bit while still keeping it in a pretty small area, pretty controlled. Ooh, I like this a lot for extending the town out into a little bit more space. 48 plus water tiles. Boy, do I have the spot for you. So we're on 89 trees left for this area. We could probably start closing some of these edges. Actually, yeah, we need a tile just like this. That is perfect. This job's real easy. You just say what you see. The word perfect pops up on the screen. Just vocalize. We still have this little internal space that I do wanna fill. Are all 6 of the tiles around that live right now? They are, aren't they? So we want to be pretty careful about it. This gets us 3 good matches no matter how we put it. Do I think we can do better than 3? I think I'm going to hope that we can do better than 3. We could do this. That matches pretty well with some of this stuff. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to take that. It's 2 perfects. It makes this tile no longer perfectable. Or no, sorry, this tile. It prevents this tile from... No, actually, the only one it breaks is that. Well, that's fine. That doesn't matter. I don't care about that. So... it's not quite beautiful. This might be okay, though. Yeah, this is probably not getting perfected. Now, this might actually be... Nope, it doesn't quite work. That's fine. This thing will do the job we're looking for. So yeah, this just goes on the big river. Goes on that big old river. And now we have a new railway that we could build out of if we need to. Do we do this thing? It creates a lot of new openings. We can use this to consolidate the openings a little bit instead. That's probably better. Yeah, this seems absolutely ideal. This railroad has actually ended up being very long and impressive, and also very silly looking. One more field edge or one more house? Is there a place where we need to merge these two groups? Not really, right? We've done a pretty good job of keeping things separate. Well, over here. Yeah, that's pretty good. I'm comfortable with that. We still have a nice open building space. I don't think we want to use this tile down here. It's a little enclosing for where we are with this group. We still need to fit a lot of extra stuff in. Can we start closing edges on this with it, maybe? See, the open edges, the orientation of stuff is real awkward here. We could just put it down there and make this tile maybe perfectable. It's pretty specific, but it's not awful. It's fine to create situations like that as long as you're, you know, comfortable with sacrificing some of the perfects. Sometimes you gotta live with just a good. I should probably just use this over here. Alright, are we still on any rail quests right now? No, I think we're clear on all of our rail quests for the moment. That's not awful. It does put that... Like, if we decided we needed to extend this railroad in particular, that does make it... Ooh, actually, this is absolutely what we should do with that. That's wonderful. One might even say, perfect. Were one pressed to speak constantly, because it's their job to not let there be dead air, they might just say the word that is in front of them. You know, that's not bad. That lets us connect those rivers later. Are we again in position to just close tiles? Maybe. We could do something like... Yeah, this just doesn't match enough edges. It does, however, have 4 contiguous open edges, which makes it pretty good for that space. Alright, we definitely still have river stuff we gotta do. Let's do river stuff. Yeah, right? This is fine. The river just sort of spirals inward on itself. How big is this rail right now? We'd need 11 more rail tiles after that. Ah, but this one over here is already bigger than 25. So this is what we're doing. Okay, 3 houses. This fits very well right here. This wants to be connected to exactly 12 rails, which is unfortunate. We're actually going to have to make use of one of these extra little rail groups. And in fact, we don't really have options anywhere. It basically just like has to come off of here, right? We could try to build it somewhere over here and pray that these connect through and we can pick up a little bit of a head start. But actually, this quest is just going to be very difficult. It's not going to be difficult. It's going to be low scoring and require a lot of tiles to show up in exactly the right ways, which is almost as bad. So we do still have to deal with this edge. This creates a lot of open edges, but we do still need a fair number of fields, and at least they're all sort of local. Does this do the thing we want here? That gets me 3 solid connections. Yeah, unfortunately the way the edges of this tile are distributed are just not ideal. Okay, well that's 4. I'm gonna take it. I'll take 4. So these 2 tiles are both still live. If we just get a thing that's all open edges and put it right here, it's going to be unbelievable. It's going to be incredibly good. Alright, over here we still just need to keep building. And then you go on the field group. And we introduce a railroad, because we didn't have enough concerns over here already. So I thought this was going to be sort of a standard quick video. It has really turned into something much longer and more meditative. I hope everybody's having fun. I'm having a great time right now. I hope that everybody else is doing as well. Oh, right, the Thousand Forest quest. I forgot about that. We got a fancier deer, I think? I'm not actually sure what the difference is between this tile and the version of the deer that we had before. This deer is dappled. Ooh, that all open edges tile is coming up. Alright, so we got more stuff to add to this group. I like this. We can collapse the number of open edges a little bit and move them away from the railroad at the same time. That seems very smart. I don't know that we're ready to do... Oh, wait, isn't there... There's an open edge over here that maybe we should just seal up. This isn't perfect, but it's pretty good. Yeah, I'll take that. And then I believe this is phenomenal. It's not 7 perfects because this tile is broken there, I think, but yeah, it is 6 perfects, which is certainly one of the greatest plays I've ever made in any game ever. Let's take a second to really bask in that. Okay, back to work. I wish that this tile had trees on it. So at this point, yeah, we're just gonna have to place something here that's not gonna match very well, I think. I am reluctant to play this totally in the open. But if we play it like this in here, we're introducing a lot of weird internal problems. I think maybe we do just put it down like this. Ugh. I don't love it, but that's a solvable problem. That is a problem that we can solve. Okay, I like that. And then we can just like steer away from the wheat field after that. And we're still doing very well on tile count. Is this appropriate for this town at all? Maybe we put this tile somewhere else. I don't think we have a lot of open spaces left that it makes sense to slide this into. Oh, maybe we do, in fact, have a space that it makes a lot of sense to slot that into. So if I put it here, it does get us the rest of the tiles that we need, or the rest of the fields that we need. This isn't a specific quest, though. And this just turns 2 open edges into 3 open edges. I think I'm going to take this. It feels bad to break that tile's potential perfect so early, but I think it's fine. I probably don't want to put this... Well, that's actually not that bad. We're almost certainly never going to perfect a lot of these tiles on the long river because we're just never going to want to put enough stuff around them. So this does at least get me 20 points, and it makes this perfectable, like in the very near future. I think I'll just take that. And that's another all open would be great there. Okay. 4 more tiles on this monstrosity. That's a real bad fit. That's also a real bad fit. Whatever, I'll take it. It's fine. So we don't have a rail quest going over... Oh, we have a rail quest going over here. And this one does only take 10 tiles, so we probably should work on this one first. This creates a lot of open direction for this thing to run. As does this. So that seems pretty solid. And then I cannot connect this to that quest. So is it better as a river thing, or... Because it's not very good as a river thing, right? And we probably can afford to run this... we probably will still get 3 more river tiles in 40 draws. I suspect that will happen. So I think I'm actually going to place this way. We'll just add to this other quest we have going. We have so many concerns, you know? There are a lot of things happening right now. That's not a very good fit. This doesn't really close any of our edges in a sensible way. Nor does it close any of the town's edges in a sensible way. Nor does it do any of this stuff very well either. I guess it does that. Oh, that's alright. That's 4 matches. Yeah. It doesn't do any perfects, but this tile is perfectable, at least. How do we want to... That's not terrible. In fact, it's quite good. It does break this, but I think I'm okay with that. I feel pretty okay with it, actually. I think it worked out just fine. So this is enough trees to finish the quest, and then it compresses the number of available edges down to just 2 locations. It doesn't actually change the number, but it makes them quite tight. I think that's perfectly good. And then do we just close this one, and then we only have... Oh no, sorry, there's still this area over here, which I totally forgot about. I do think I want to just close that, though. Alright, let's talk about this tile. This tile's kind of amazing. It does a lot of really wonderful work for us. Yeah, and I couldn't have used it to work on... I guess I could have used it to work on this rail quest. And it would actually have still applied to the river there, too, because this is all one river. So maybe that is where that should have gone. It is possible that I done goofed. It doesn't quite go where it needs to go. It doesn't do anything for us up here, though, right? Like, it doesn't change this situation at all. That said, if all it does is match some tile edges, that's, like, pretty okay. I like it when tile edges get matched. I'm a fan of that. We don't need any more fields for this, so, like, does this connect some stuff in a way that's actually useful to us, maybe? This tile is still potentially perfectable right now, but if I did this, it would compress 3 edges down to 1. 3 open edges down to 1. And in any other place that I put it, it just opens things up more. And also, it's 3 good matches. I'm gonna go ahead and just accept the little tree the little tree snafu there. That would be a really good name for, like, a squirrel wrapper. That's the thing these days. All rappers are Lil something, right? I'm a little I'm a little disconnected from the scene, a little more than I was in my youth. Which is far enough away that they were called bards back then. I actually like this. I think that the connection here is easy to imagine. That'll work. That'll work. It doesn't do anything, but it's pretty. There's a non-zero amount of that in this game, right? Where it's just like, well, let's do a thing because it's pretty. I'm a big fan of pretty. Ooh, that's also pretty. We do need to close these edges, right? We have a quest. It's a real bad fit. I guess this tile's already not able to be perfected. But it does kill both of these as well, and these two are both still live. Yeah, it's probably just a little bit too much. It breaks things a little too much. It compresses two edges to one over here, though. That's good. Alright, can we work on our rail quests? That's kind of neat. I'm a little worried that if we put it out anywhere else, it does make the railroad a little bit more difficult to advance. Even though this doesn't match that other tile very well, I think I like this because it keeps these two tiles open. They can be whatever we need them to be. So... okay, this is good. And then I think we only have this edge and this edge, right? Oh no, there's this to answer for too. Alright, well, we're getting there. We'll close that out eventually. This does not fit in this town very well at all. Alright, can we put it anywhere else? Does it give us value? Right here, it only breaks one edge. Yeah, it plays quite well with a bunch of tiles there. This guy would like to be connected to 102 fields. I mean, we've got to be close to that over here, right? Well, close is strong, but we're in the neighborhood. Does it make sense to... oh, actually, this does play quite well in the interior here. Yeah, wow. Okay, which version of this do I like better? So this gets us an immediate perfect, two immediate perfects. No, wait, sorry, this tile is already not able to be perfect. Putting something in here that's going to do well is also quite tricky. Let's see. So you can't. Actually, most of the stuff in here can't perfect anyway. It turns out. Only these two are available for it. So yeah, let's do that. This was a pretty okay draw. And do we need to close this house group? No, there's no flag, right? So okay, we don't need to worry about wrapping that up. This does have a pretty closed tree thing on it. Does this make sense to put over here? Yeah, I think that works. So then, yeah, all that's left is these two spots over here. We can do that. We can work with that. Let's not put this in the spot in the middle, even though it does kind of fit some of the things we're doing. It fits this really well, too. So how many open edges? If we do this, I guess I'm a little worried that we're closing up kind of a lot of stuff, but it's just it's an edge that's kind of hard to build off of. We still have these two available. Oh boy. So this tile could still be perfected, and we'll break that. This one can't be. This one can't be. But these two are both still live, so if we just put this down such that they're both getting trees, we're killing this tile, but we're also filling in a gap that's hard to fill. Oh wait, was this other one not available? Oh, whatever. Whatever. I know that it wasn't available to be perfected, because it didn't get perfect, because the game tells me so. How do we want to lay this down for maximum effect? I guess this way? Slowly but surely, we will complete those river quests. We'll get there eventually. If I do this, we're running into that railway into the river problem, which I don't love, so I probably we want a tile for this that drives the railroad that way, downward. And then, man, I just really don't want the sharp turn rail tiles. I feel like that's a thing I have said a bunch over the course of this game. I feel like it's a problem we are facing constantly. This is very clean. This is clean-ish. It does kill that tile. Yeah, we'll hold off on that for a moment, but I think that is now... We have 5 different forest quests that we'll complete when we put a tile here. And it could be almost any tile, but we're gonna try to get greedy. Hold out and find one that really gets us a lot of points. Because I am greedy. Yeah, this isn't too bad. We still need to extend this this field group quite a bit, so leaving some open edges is smart there, I think. That's lovely. This is not appropriate for closing that forest up there. It could just go down here, right? Like, that's fine. That's a pretty bad fit. That's mediocre. Yeah, I'll take it. We're building a new settlement, which we may need eventually. This allows us to compress. That's interesting. So how many tiles over here are still potentially perfectable? This one is. Actually, a lot of these are. So breaking any of these edges does feel like a real shame. And unfortunately, there's no way to do this that doesn't break a lot of them. Yeah, we can wait. We're not in such a hurry. That can be a thing we do later. This is gonna be... Yeah, we want field and forest and town, but not in this relative orientation. And it's not very good down here either. This is just kind of a crummy tile for us. Yeah, man. We could do that with it, I suppose. That helps work on completing some perfects. And then just water. Water could get us out of this situation. Right, we have a thing here where I can't extend this river anymore because I built us into a corner, so let's solve that way. And then we would love to have a big giant town. Yeah, it's hard to imagine wanting to do anything with this other than that. I suppose here it does match 3 building edges, but it also breaks the other 2 edges. Yeah, I'm just gonna put it here. Let's leave a lot of space to build that town out. And then, like... That's okay. It does add 2... It's the only way we can put down a tile that's gonna add 2 to this river instead of just 1. Yeah, it's fine. Okay, fields. Who wants more fields? And also more rivers. Is it a good idea to run these rivers like back into each other like this? Honestly, I don't know. We might be able to connect them though. That would be... It's not like valuable in a scoring sense, but I would be pleased by it aesthetically. That can be a good enough reason. Oh, that's so close. It's so close to being the right fit. I still might just do this with it. Like, it is really almost good. It's a real shame how really almost good this tile is in so many different locations. It's not going to make a lot of sense up here. It does unite all of the forest edges, and actually, yeah, this is the tile for this. So, 3 perfects plus 5 flag completions is going to put, I don't know, like a couple of tiles back in the stack. Just a few. And then we're gonna start working on another forest somewhere else, right? Because the next time we get a forest quest, we're gonna be very hard-pressed to complete it. I think the game does scale the quests a little bit with the size of your open groups, so I don't think we're, like, totally dead on that, but it is gonna be ugly. Unlike this, which is pretty cool, it does make the quest tile hard to complete, but it's a nice fit in a lot of other ways. I'm gonna do it. Well, we could also just use it to connect. Yeah, it's probably better we use it for the quest area. Yeah, like this. I think that's smarter. Or maybe even here, in that same orientation. I think I like it this way. Very awkward. Very, very awkward. In both of the orientations where this connects to 2 different town edges, it doesn't fit against the forest. Bummer, man. This is okay, though. I don't really like doing this thing where we leave sort of a donut hole in the shape, because those tiles can be really difficult to fit. But at the same time, it is, like, extremely nice when you get one of those fits. It feels great. Alright, let's create an opportunity where later we can feel like geniuses. How to connect you? That's not bad. Right now that tile's still live, though, and I'm reluctant to break that. So yeah, let's put this up. Maybe we do it like this. Keeps that area forestable. So we're gonna need some fields for some of this internal matching over here. Maybe this goes in the area where we were building kind of a new forest. Yeah, there's a lot of connectability over here. Okay. This tile is still live for perfect. This one is not, so we can break the forest there. And then we do still need lots and lots of railroad. Can never have enough railroad, it turns out. There's not really anywhere in this little internal area where it makes sense to build field, I don't think. We could do something over here, I suppose. Well, no, we closed all the forest edges over here, right? We spent a lot of effort doing that. I should remember that that's the case. So we can just do something like this. Yeah, that's a reasonable fit. Just fill that in a little bit. That's not that bad. I think we might have to live with not that bad in these internal spaces. Ooh. We totally had a spot where we wanted an all edges open tile, didn't we? I thought there was one I was waiting on. Maybe we got them already? Oh yeah, over here. Beautiful. Alright, what if fields? What if some fields? What if more than one field by a bunch? Yeah, even the smallest of the quests over here still needs another 5. That's just going to be a really large area. There we go. Created a nice little internal forest region. Maybe it's not a good idea to build those areas internal like that, because what if we need to expand them to a larger size than that gives space for? But I guess the forest does actually cross the bridge. It should be fine. It's probably fine. There's like a 20 to 30% chance that it's fine. And I like those odds. That makes a certain kind of aesthetic sense, I think. Leaving ourselves the opportunity to connect groups at a later date. That doesn't really go where it needs to go. Does it make more sense on the other rail quest? Not really. In fact, it's quite bad, I think, on the other rail quest. We don't want that happening at all. Yep, okay, so it just goes over here and it fits poorly. But at least it's still going into the open, right? Oof, this is just another poor fit, but I think it would be a bad idea. I mean, how close is it on this? So it's... We need 12 additional rails on that, or 22 here. So I guess it does make more sense to build this, like, off of there. And also it actually matches well, too. Yeah, okay. Maybe not a great thing to be reliant on rail tiles in so many different places. We're not getting doubled quest progress. Who knows? That might end up killing us. That might end up killing our game here. I guess we'll find out. Okay, still need more houses. And hey, look at this. Somebody prepped this area. Although I do wish that this edge of that was house. So we could just place this here. Let's see. So this tile can't perfect. It's already got broken edges. This tile also has broken edges. This one's still live. So if we drop this here, it will kill one tile that was otherwise live. But it also gets us an immediate perfect and sets up a potential follow-up perfect. So I think I'm okay with that. I think it's fine. Is there another place where this makes more sense? I don't think so. Alright, we need to expand it by exactly 3 to finish the next step, so we'll have to be a little bit more careful there. Well, we could use this to patch the river. It doesn't add to the other quest, played that way, though. So there's not a place that it does, right? There's not a place where this adds to one of the railroads and also the river, even in, like... I suppose here it could connect to the river eventually. And this does give us a lot of opportunity with that railroad. You know what? I actually like that a lot. But I want to work on this railroad first. This play might make it a little bit awkward to actually close that. Maybe let's do this instead. Do we... No, we don't really have a fancy move with this. Basically, it's just, play it here. Okay, can we do anything cool with this? This is kind of an unusual tile. I think maybe we just do something kind of awkward with it at the edge of the group, because I do wanna get this added to that group, because that means this tile can finish the precision quest. And actually, it fits very well right there as it does so. So this tile and this tile, actually, are both still potentially live for perfecting. That's cool. That might be a thing we can actually do, maybe. finally getting close to getting some of this railway stuff done. That feels kind of non-ideal. Or to put it more simply, I think that's bad, and we should not do it. I do like connecting these two groups, but I don't like putting a field in the middle of them so much. So maybe we put this somewhere... That's pretty speculative. I don't know that that actually is beneficial to do. Maybe we just put this somewhere else entirely? Let's see. Right now, this is still perfectable, as is this. This is a potential. So, like, this kills that tile, but it does get us that one and sets up some more stuff. So that should be fine. I love stuff. I think we should set up as much stuff as possible. I would kind of like to connect these. Alright, that probably kills that railroad, but I like closing the field group off from the railroad, making that no longer a real concern. And this is most of a pretty good matchup. I'll take that. That's fine. Oh, so close. So close to good. That makes sense, though. It extends those two edges out of the out of that little pocket. This is going to make this hard to work with. But it also finishes the quest, so maybe the way we solved it is by just never working with that railroad again. That's the piece we were looking for over there. We still just don't really have a ton of value for forest tiles. This one has a railroad on it, too. That's okay. This edge is broken, but... yeah. Caps that off, and then this is something we can build around, potentially. You know, it pays to plan for the long term a little bit. Okay, what if we just made our field group even more of a problem? Yeah, why not, right? Okay, that's not bad. This tile at the moment is still live, so maybe it would be best not to break it. But I guess that's true of all the tiles in this area, and we kind of need to, we need to place high building density tiles in here to make sure that we're going to get the 15 that we're looking for beyond this. Because we are building entirely internally now. The tile that we're about to pull, it looks like it's the same one, actually. Can just build a little situation. Oof, I hate this. This in particular, it's going to be really awkward to deal with. I think we're not going to be able to get a lot of perfects in here. Okay, so which of our railway situations does this connect to? I guess this makes sense. We could do it here. So this can't be perfected, but this can be. Yeah. That's okay. I'm not really in a big hurry to wrap up the river quest, though. So we can put this down like, oh no, the river and the railway are in the wrong orientation for that. We cannot, in fact, use this to extend both. Well, if we have to pick one, I would rather it be the railroad. But, like, every way I do this just creates a weird situation. Alright, I'm just going to do it like that. Let's wrap that quest up and then just run the railroad out of here in a separate direction. Just to ensure we can get that done. And then 14 water tiles, huh? This group should be about the right size. Okay, as long as I don't connect it to a water tile at each end, we're already right on top of it. That was pretty nice. That was a pretty cool thing to draw. Because you know what I needed? Was more tiles. Just don't have enough tiles. Yeah, I guess let's just run this down into the open. Give that some room to breathe. A tile that is open on 5 sides. Feels like it's gotta have some utility. Yeah, we have a lot of open sides over here. We could use it there. That's not bad. We could just use it to fill in some of these spaces. Yeah, let's do this. So there's a perfect to be earned from that. And then we need, like... Do I want to give this more open space? Yeah, I think I want to build outward with this still. I know we have to close it eventually, but with that 19 plus quest on there. Oh. So the biome refers to, like, the coloration, and you can kind of see with our tiles, actually not so much here, but sometimes you get a sort of a shift in the grass coloration and stuff. It looks like Fjord is a very sort of dark gray grass kind of deal. I don't know exactly how the coloration changes work. It does seem to generate sort of a different set of palettes for you from game to game. To keep things from looking too samey, I guess. Wouldn't be a real concern I would have with the game, because I think it's lovely pretty much all the time, but I could see it being an issue for some people. So we don't actually have anything good, anything useful to do with this tile. This isn't bad. This is a 4-edge match. And it keeps a lot of those tiles alive. This tile, which is live right now, gets killed by it, but I think it's pretty good on the overall. Gosh, we keep drawing stuff where the forests are on the wrong side of the field. What about over here? Oh, yes. Over here we have a thing that we can do with this. And then we don't need... yeah, we don't have any river quests going at all at the moment. Well, it's not very exciting over here. I think that tile is actually, despite being a real weird tile, that is still live. So I don't want to place this down in a way that's going to break that possibility. So is there anywhere I can put this that's, like, particularly compelling? Not really. We can just build into the open with it. Yeah, okay. Now, railroads. Railroads we definitely still need. I don't know that I do want to build back toward the rest of the railroad right now. Let's aim these outward. And how many quests do we have running right now? 4, the 2 railroads, and then these things, and then we still have some flags up, of course. I would not mind drawing... Okay, some more quests is literally the words that were coming out of my mouth as that happened. 358 and then close the group. Honestly, might be a really good fit over here. Well, it's a pretty good fit over here. There's some weirdness with the edges. Yeah, we can figure that out in here. Does this Y-shaped river help me connect any disparate river branches or anything? Not really. It does fit quite well, though, there. We're never going to close this field group. It's just, we're going to keep getting quests for it, and I'm going to keep opening it up more and more. This is not a very good connection. Yeah, I think this tile just ends up not being any good in that space. Where would it be good? Kind of nowhere? Maybe a little nowhere? Yeah, I'll do that. Let's collect that perfect. Well, this steers my housing group away from the river. It's probably a good idea. I always find these ones with the when they feature on 3 alternating sides to be very awkward. I think I just don't build in a way that takes very good advantage of these most of the time. This isn't terrible. It gives us a little bit of closure here. It gives us a field we can build around into later. Let's see, we don't need anything that separates these 2 groups at this point. And we just don't need this many fields anywhere else. Yeah, I think I'm going to place it like that. This doesn't fit in that little internal river near the city. Criminy. What a goofy tile. This thing's actually getting pretty close to perfect. I am reluctant to drop that. Would we rather have this as part of our burgeoning forest quest here, or do I need the field for this stuff? It doesn't actually fit very well in any of the fields in this area, does it? Okay, let's just use it for trees. This tile's already not perfect, so seems fine to me. And then here we can do something like that. Open that up a little bit. Get ourselves 30 or so points. We do have an actually really clean fit for this. Let's look at the tree quest, but I think we might put it over there. We could just build around this house. We could accept this house as dead. No, I'm gonna use it to connect these tree groups over here. And maybe we'll turn this into a forest as well. We may end up with another quest for it. Gosh, I hope I left myself enough room to put together 275. I'm not sure that I did. I'm going to be really bummed out if we get it up to like 20 trees left and then we run out of space. And more looking at that, I'm concerned that that's where I've left it. I don't think I want to give up on connecting this house just yet, but I don't know exactly... I guess this is an okay way to direct that. 51 houses and then close. Well, we're certainly way past 51 over here. We can build it off of... Okay, we have a little bit of space to build towns up here. What is going to be the right way to do this, though? I'm worried that placing this with the towns toward the interior makes this really hard to expand. Yeah, it is. It's just a little bit awkward. Do we have another, like, relatively exposed group of buildings anywhere? Not really. A lot of our groupings of buildings are very small. Okay, we have this. This is actually, I think, going to be perfect for us. Doesn't quite fit over here. Yeah, I like this because we could, in theory, connect over to these. I think that's pretty good. So this is going to be hard to perfect anyway because of the river, so I don't mind losing that possibility so much. And it plays very well with all the other tiles around it. Oh, sorry, I was looking for placement for this river already, because I'm looking ahead and not paying attention to what we're doing right now. Yeah, a lot of places where we're almost good. I think in order to have the chance for this to work, we do have to connect it to this larger group of trees. So I think I'm willing to take the slightly imperfect placement here. It kills that tile. But we gotta get those connected up. Yeah, this should work. So what do we want here? We want a tile that is 5 sides open and 1 side trees. Those things exist. That's a thing we can find. Put all the trees on the same side there. You know, I'm really glad. This is a situation where I'm glad that I know that there are people in my audience who are down to watch me just play a board game for like 2 or 3 hours and talk to myself. Because that is very much, this has really turned into one of those board game videos. That's lovely. That fits very well. Yeah, we definitely have enough space to finish that quest. I'm really happy about how that's working out. This is not such a good fit. We could do this thing. Kind of don't love that. We can, of course, just like extend this out like this, just build outward. We only need 2 more fields though, and I want to make sure we can close the group. I think if we're going to extend it outward, that's the orientation that makes the most sense, right? These trees can build into each other, and it has been a really long time since we have seen a river quest, which is a shame because all of a sudden I can't seem to stop drawing them. This would be a really nice time to have one. Okay, does this... I think it actually does do some... It has some serious utility placed here. And, of course, it continues to expand this ridiculous river. Do we need a... Am I remembering correctly that we have a river edge somewhere that we have to deal with? No, I guess we dealt with all those already. So I was just thinking, river plus wheat is not a thing you see all the time. Ah, the Y junction is in the wrong place for us to be able to turn that around, sadly. That's like okay. Yeah, this is not going to play very well with the actual open field group. Honestly, I think I'll just hang it off of the existing river, because I'm kind of digging how huge we've managed to make this river. So it's going to be a record setter. Let's see... Yeah, let's do it like this. Alright, still need 6 more buildings for this town, and we have here opportunity. Again, though, with this this alternating edges thing, we could put this over here somewhere. Just use it to extend. Yeah, put the field part inside. Yeah, it's getting closer. Alright, so we'll build this smaller towns next to each other. I am at this point very invested in just making this river as long as it can usefully be. Just try to make sure that we're continuing to connect our feature groups in ways that make sense. 57 fields exactly. Well, this group's way too big. Can we connect it to this in a useful way? Yeah, that's not too bad. We got a significant portion of the way up there. It does break a perfect or two, but get us going on that quest. So we still have a railway thing that we're trying to complete over here. I could just make the worst possible play for this part of the railway. Honestly, though, it's okay, right? We just run this part out this way. Boy, this wants to be connected to 48. We might want to connect this to the larger... Oh no, the larger railway group is like completely enclosed at this point. What about over here? Yeah, this should go over here. I don't know that it matters where. But yeah, we have that much larger rail thing going. This looks like a good forest tile to me. Ooh, almost. That's not bad, though. This is even more almost. This is more almost than the last almost. Yeah, we don't even really have to be particularly careful in here. I think at this point, like, we've definitely made it clear that we are going to get there on these trees. Ooh, that's really nice. Really, really nice. And then this is quest completion. Okay, we do still have a flag. Actually, 2 flags. That's still this group way over there. So we do have to close this out. And we've left ourselves a little bit of a task on that front. But I think we're going to get there. You know, Dorfromantik is a game where, like, nothing can really go that wrong. It's just, in some ways, it's just sort of hopeful. I guess we're adding this to the big river. Can I... Nope, I can't place it anywhere in here. Yeah, 4 riversides is a little rough. That's hard to deal with. Oh, that's fun, though. You're right, that was perfect. Good eye, game. I do like this. This is going to be hard to fill in correctly. I do like that. Okay, more trees. More trees for the big internal tree group. Again, so close. It's so close to being really good. We do have to close this group after we finish it, so I do want to try to place these with a mind to having closed them eventually. So how many... What does this actually do? If we put it in here... Hold on, sorry. I can't zoom in if my tile is in a rotatable place, because the mouse wheel just rotates it instead. This breaks up. This tile's perfect, which is still live at the moment. But it does match most of its other edges. It also breaks here. I'm going to go ahead and just do that. Take a perfect to lose a perfect. It's fine. I guess we just do this. It does create a lot of extra edges, but it also doesn't break anything. There's certainly some value in that. Alright, so we have railway stuff happening up here. We do... Actually, we should finish this. Where do I want to put this river where I think I might be able to connect it to the other river eventually? I guess, like, here? Right, we could maybe somehow run it into that. Probably not. It will probably never connect. It's fine. Let's just get the quest finished. And then this quest also, we should get finished. That's pretty good. It does break a tile, but... So we just need 2 more houses on that, and then we're all clear. This is a terrifying vampire squid of a river. Which, yeah, doesn't really do anything well. This does not help us basically at all. It doesn't even sit cleanly on the end of any of the any of the current rivers. Could we put it over here in a way that's useful? Not really. Okay, water on 5 edges is too much. That's too much water. fact, a lot of these river tiles are kind of crummy. Alright, we're starting it. We're starting the long journey of connecting this thing up to here. Railway tiles, we actually have some value for. Does it matter how we line this up? Could we make that... No, we cannot make that forest match. We can connect here in a way that is, like, profoundly bad. Yeah, this just kind of... It can't really do anything useful. Here, we'll use it to bend this railway... this branch of the railroad away from all the others. And then over here, we can probably use this to close up some of the edges on this thing. It does add a river to the area, which I don't love, but, like, this is quite clean. Although it makes that space a little bit of a nightmare. Well, we can just use any river tile at all, almost, to cap that off. And it's not perfect, but it'll do. It'll have to do. Sadly, we must play with the tiles that we are dealt, not with the tiles that we wish we were dealt. Okay, lots of buildings on this one. Do we just, like, put it here and then try to make all the connections from there? Yeah, I think that makes sense. Then this thing doesn't quite fit cleanly. This isn't bad. In fact, I might go so far as to say I think that's good. Throwing caution to the wind. Wow, it's one of these, except now it has a railroad on it as well. What a nightmare. We can place this like that and hope that it ends up contributing to this railroad chain over here. That is a very large number of river tiles. It is probably... Yeah, I was going to say, it's going to fit real well on the big river. So I guess it's a good thing we've been doing this big river over here. Somebody was really thinking ahead, clearly. Sadly, it still doesn't actually fit very well anywhere. Because this whole situation's just very weird. But... Oh, actually, you know what? It fits all right coming off of this. Yeah. That is okay. Railroads up in this area. So we might, in theory, be able to, like, build some terrain features over here someday. That's what I'm really, like, I'm trying to make sure we leave room for grouping. But the way this thing is snaking back and forth is definitely making stuff awkward. Can we place this down here in a way that leaves the group closable? That's not awful. Yeah, I'll take that. So now we have a fair number of edges here that we have to start working on. And I think that we can do that with some of these tiles. Let's close this one up first. The river should definitely go to the river. I'm still kind of like, I'm still thinking it would be nice to connect this over here, and we might actually even be able to save some tiles by doing so, but I don't think this is going to help with that goal very much. Nor is this going to do anything useful at all, I think. This is just kind of a... Yeah, just kind of an extra finger on that big old river. I don't think we're going to be able to use this to actually reduce our total number of open edges here. At least not cleanly. I guess we can do that. Is this tile still live? No, this tile's already broken, so it doesn't hurt to break it more. Yeah, that's okay. I don't think this actually makes a lot of sense here. Were we working on trees anywhere else? Just opening up a tree group? I guess, yeah. It works fine here. We'll put the building toward the river space that we will probably never build. This is not... Yeah, we're not going to be able to unite these at all. Well, can't really do anything with that there. This is just not a good tile for closing that field group. Do we have... We don't have an active field quest. Oh no, we totally do. Yeah, actually that's really, really good there. Now this is a close some stuff up tile. As Anakin Skywalker famously said. That's not bad. That's not bad at all, actually. And then this tile will allow us to close that group. And just have a great big sprawling town. I like that. Okay, so this one I think I'm going to put down here. I'm pretty sure we don't have room for this number of trees in that internal space. Yeah, we'd have to add 256 more. This will be where our great big forest goes. Our next great big forest. Alright, is this what we want to do? It's not clean, but it does finish the job, and we are running out of space. This is the only place where we can still build off of this group, and we have to do it relatively soon. It doesn't have to be exactly one building, I guess. Yeah, maybe we can find a better tile to play there. So let's maybe see if there's a place to put this that makes sense. I think anything we do down here, we're guessing at what future tiles we may receive. Yeah, this is kind of an awkward tile for our position in the game. What about up here? I don't really want to close the group, but like if we're playing something that's already on the edge of... Nope, it's just not good. It's just not good anywhere. Over here, maybe? No, that's just a 20 point... I suppose in theory... No, never mind. I was going to say in theory it keeps this group alive, but actually that group is already dead. Yep, bad tile. Okay, it does this. I'll take that. Okay, more trees for the big old forest. This is a trees on all side tile. Yeah, that's fine for that then. So over here we have a very small number of connections to make. This does cause a perfect, and it keeps some other stuff alive, but yeah, it's not a very good fit in total. I think we just play this over here. Railroads. This is considerably the largest map I have ever created. Yo, look at that. We did it. So I'm not used to having to scroll around quite this much. This is, we are already a very significant percentage over my previous high score. It's nice that this was the one that was caught on camera. Really makes me look competent. You can put this over here with the hopes of connecting it to the big river. Yeah, you know what? I think that's actually pretty okay. I do think I would rather use this for the railroad. Although I do not know exactly where I think it makes sense to use this for the railroad. So we can't put it there. Here it bends that away from what I was doing. I guess it's fine. It's okay. That is extremely good. Nope, doesn't actually connect to the group, sadly. Well then... Doesn't really connect to this river in a way that I like very much either. Yeah, it's kind of bad. So where can we put this where it's just like creating a bridge of buildings in a useful way? I guess we do have this group of buildings down here that's near some water. No, but it doesn't fit in that space. We could create this weird internal river that does nothing for us and kind of just makes a weird situation. Well, yeah, I guess we just build this like sort of off on the edge of the current river. Just add some, like here's fine. Just add some tiles to that because we are working on that quest. This is another tile that is not really very good for, not very good for use in the field that we're trying to close. So I guess let's just put it here. It'll give us lots of room to work with up here. Now this, on the other hand, this might actually be very good. So, I mean, we can certainly use it here easily. It doesn't really do anything of any particular utility on any of the other edges for us. So yeah, let's just do it like that. That just closes up a space. And then this will close up another one. Clumsily. Yeah, very clumsily, but it does do it. And then, like I was saying, at some point we're just going to have to put some river tile here. We could use this to create a little bit more building space over here. It does make this very awkward. But it also caps off this edge. And there is value in capping off an edge with this group, right? We already know we're going to have to close it. Let's just use this to add a little bit more shape to that group. I think I would rather connect this to our railroad than to our river. Oof. I do not like this at all. That is going nowhere. This could work, though. Alright, does this attach? It does not attach very cleanly. It keeps this tile potentially alive. And creates a nice open space there. You know what? Yeah, let's do this and just stop worrying about this town group. And this doesn't have a flag anywhere. We don't actually have to close it. Boy, this is a weird tile. I guess we could do that. Gives us the ability to add more trees to that group later. Something we can connect. Okay, up here, this will open up this group a little bit more. Yeah, it doesn't really make any sense to place it into that spot, but yeah, just out in the open. Out in the open is good. And we sure have a lot of places where we could use a tile that just has a ton of open sides now. So we are getting pretty close. Now we're down to 8 tiles remaining. So we're not, I wouldn't say desperate, but we are definitely eager to make sure we're actually closing up these things that we're supposed to close up. That's actually a really nice fit. And perfects, of course, are very valuable. So with only this many tiles left, we really want to draw those railroads. We have 2 coming up, that's nice. I think something like this is pretty good. We want to try to extend these 2 rivers toward each other so we can complete this with fewer than 10 additional tiles. That's a pretty solid fit. Yep, and then this is, remember, this is a rail tile, so this does complete our thing here. And if we end up building in such a way that we're uniting the railroad and the river, we can take advantage of that. It doesn't look like that's actually going to be helpful for us. Okay, we can keep working toward this forest. I'm a little leery of us finishing this forest goal with the amount of tiles that we have left. So we do have this group over here that we still need to close. Maybe we should use this tile to sort of consolidate some edges down here. It sort of does the opposite of that, though, right? It turns 2 open edges into... Well, no, it turns 2 into 2. It doesn't actually hurt. But it doesn't help either. If we're gonna use a tile with this many trees, we should use it to actually work on a quest. If, in theory, we might get enough tiles to actually close that out. So then we definitely need to place this over here so it completes one level of this. I guess here's good. This lets that river run through. I don't know if that's a thing that's ever going to be valuable to us, but there it is. We should definitely use this to close up some of these trees here. Yeah, that's okay. Gets us a perfect, which I did not even realize. This is not going to help us close any of the field edges. I guess it's not actually terrible in here. Is this tile perfect? It is. Okay, I'll take that. Breaks 2 edges and gets us... doesn't actually spend a tile. So, we have this opening here and this opening here are the only ones left for this group. We could do this thing. I mean, this tile... Oh, this tile's already dead. Yeah, that's fine. So that closes both of those edges off. So now the only opening in this group is this right here, but it has to be closed with a river tile that curves, which we may not be able to do. Is it even worth building toward that? I mean, I think we're even less likely to be able to finish this group. Maybe that's not true. It is a lot, though, right? And sadly, this also does not fit over there. Is there anything else that we really need to do with this tile? No, I think just playing it as part of the river makes sense. If we can connect these two, we might be able to finish this river thing. Although, that railroad right there is going to complicate things considerably. So this... I mean, we probably can't make this town group happen. There's a lot to be said for just placing tiles in places where they either create or at least promote perfects. I think we are close to running out of steam here. I don't know... Yeah, I don't know that this tile is going to be useful for us in terms of completing any group. So, where does it get us... Where does it get us distance on perfects? There are a lot of tiles over here that are close. This one isn't. The edge of this... So wait, this is a tile. So yeah, this one is actually still live. If we just do this, since we know this tile's already dead because of that edge, this gets us some distance on a quest and also some distance on a perfect. And then any open thing we place there does get us what we're looking for. And then we can kind of keep working on this. That's a perfect. Oh wait, is it not? I thought this tile was good. 1, 2, 3. It's a little hard to tell. Oh, this is a flat edge against a town edge. That's bad. Yeah, that's bad. Bummer, man. Okay. We're getting pretty close here. I think we're gonna just play some stuff that's gonna close these edges. So what do we have down here? It looks like it's open on one side and forest on all the others. So this will close off one of those edges while leaving this still live. And I guess it doesn't really matter that that's still live because we can only perfect one of these two tiles anyway. Okay, so literally any tile at all here finishes that group. It doesn't have to be a tile that's very good for the group. So we can place this somewhere where it might be a little bit more... Oh, it doesn't quite cleanly work on any of this stuff. If we put this down... This tile's not live for perfecting. Nor is this. Where do we still have places where we even could? This is a profoundly bad fit here. That said, this tile is... I can't tell. Yeah, okay, this is a tile. This building is on this tile. So, yes, I think this tile is still live. If we put this down like this, it would, at the very least, replace itself. Can we do better than that, though? Like, this tile's dead. This tile's dead. It's connecting, yeah. This one is also dead. So, actually, this one's live. And this one's live. So yeah, putting this down gets us one perfect and kills two other potential perfects, but I think that we're not going to be able to do any better than that. And I'm really worried that we're not going to get, after all this trouble, we're not going to get to close these two groups because I can't pull the river. I put us in a real bad position with that river. Ah well, you know, we did a lot of good work here. I'm certainly not upset about the outcome. Let's see. If I put this down... 1, 2, 3... I think this is actually still live. If I put this down like this, it's actually quite good. Yeah. That earns us... That gains us tiles. Uh-oh. Am I missing an opening? Oh! Yeah, there are 2 openings on this group. So we do need to close those. The quest that is on this tile is extremely uncompletable, right? And in fact, we're never going to close any of this group. So I think I do just put this down here and we try to perfect as much as we can off of it. It's not bad. It's not bad at all. Like, that's a decent play. 50 points and a perfect. 50 points and give me another tile. A river's coming up, but sadly it is a straight river. All we need is... It just needs to not be straight, right? It needs to be something that we can lay out this way or this way. We're having a hell of a time finding it. Let's see. This is not enough buildings that I feel like it gets this close to completion. We could play it here... I doubt that we're going to be able to finish any of the tiles in this area, and this tile's already not perfect. So I think that playing down there is sort of not useful. These internal spaces require rivers. These internal spaces don't really benefit from all of the buildings. Yeah, and a lot of these tiles are dead anyway, right? I think we may be out of gas. So if we're just playing to maximize each tile, I think... Some space over here that... Like, this tile is currently live. If we put this down like this, it does get us a perfect, I think. Without doing a lot of damage to other tiles that are around. Oh, this also... Oh, this tile's not completed yet. Neither is this. So this is good, but it doesn't get us anything right now. Let's go ahead and place like that. That tile at least replaces itself. And then... You know, it's not impossible that we could get to quest completion on this. And that was also a perfect... I think this tile finishes our field. Where is that river quest? That river quest that is currently running... This fits on it, but it doesn't fit on it well. It's hard to, It's hard to close groups up with a river, though. I don't think there's a place we could put this where it does any better work. Right, there's no tiles we could actually, like, finish the 6th side of. So right here, it would get me 10 points. I mean, it's a bad play just for points. It's only good to do this if I think we're going to finish the thing, and we're not, right? Like, we're definitely not. So instead, for scoring purposes, we could put it like... Oof, boy. Is there, like... Okay, here's 20 points at least. Yeah, I'll take that. Alright, I think this does allow us to close the last edge of that thing. No, does it not? Was that not the last edge? Both these flags are still up. Oh. Hold on. Is this connected? It is. Is that the last edge? Unfortunately, the group is so large, it's hard to have all the edges on screen at once for me to be able to mouse over and see where they all are. Let's see, we closed it off all the way over here. Okay, well that still needed to happen, but it turns out there is one more place that we have to close this. This should definitely go over here, though. And we did draw a railroad, so we do have quest completion on that. And then I think this is in fact a thing that we need to close. We have to play this... Sadly, I think we have to play this tile in the worst possible way, just in order to close that edge off, and then we're still not complete. Somewhere there's a rogue field. Ah, there. Right there. Okay, well we can probably do that. So we just put this anywhere. I guess it's a little bit better here. Gets us a perfect and a quest completion, and a little bit more space and time. So we still have this thing to finish off, this tile right there, which we can't do with this thing we're holding now. In order to work on the river, we need to build around from here, or we need to curve this up that way. So I'm wondering if placing this doesn't hurt, at least. There's a version of this where we make enough distance to get enough tiles to complete that river quest. That can happen. So I'm going to keep adding river tiles to that area. Over here, we're going to have a hard time connecting. So we need to close this. And obviously I'd prefer to do it with a tile that actually matches some stuff up here. But I know I've said this twice already, but I think that's the last edge of this field group, this incredibly huge field group. Let's see, we could just place this we have a bunch of spots where, like, it's nice to have several open edges. We could just place this in one of those places. Like, this is really strong. It gives us some perfects we can build into. And then this tile is so bad for that stuff that it might actually be best to place it over here. Yeah, again, the way I build tiles, the way I build groups, sort of just aesthetically, makes these alternating feature tiles really bad. I am rarely in position to take advantage of these. This tile is not live because that edge is bad. So we can't make a perfect on that. This tile's not live. That requires a railroad, which is very awkward. So let's see. You're dead. You're live, but probably unfinishable. You're dead. So yeah, all of the stuff in here, it doesn't really make sense to build into. This is a possibility. We could potentially finish one of these tiles. Yeah, okay. Speculative. I do need some tiles that aren't... we need some tiles that are not rivers or railroads, though. So I'm actually going to have a really hard time closing the rest of our the spaces where we have where we need a single tile, because everything we're pulling has railroad or river on it. In fact, this railroad tile is, like, really bad. Is there anywhere up here where a railroad tile... Okay, yes. this does close a tile and allow a perfect. Good. This thing, having a river on it, may still be functional for closing off. Where's the last... Here, it's here. Yeah, okay. I mean, we can't close it with a match, but we can still close it, and we do have to close it. And again, we're seeing it's just like, it's really rough to get all of a sudden to get a tile that doesn't have a river on it. I'm going to do that just to close those, because that is worth 10 extra tiles. And then we're going to build this forward, and we might actually be able to make this river connection happen. This tile is, I think, actually literally perfect. That's pretty wonderful. And hey, look at that. All of a sudden, we got tiles again. So can we, with this number of tiles, finish off the town idea up here? Maybe. Maybe. We could just connect these two things. We could accept a little bit of failure on that. This tile is actually live, though. It would be a real shame to break it. It doesn't make sense to attach this here. We should definitely make use of these buildings. So I think like that. I think like that makes sense. And then we don't actually need a railroad, but we could maybe use the field. That's okay. Yeah. This wants to be connected to 286 buildings. Well, that's not likely, unfortunately. Yeah, the big town is only open on these little internal sides. So this is definitely a tile that we are playing just for potential perfects and stuff. This tile's not live. This tile is, but this thing can't finish by itself. I think actually just two buildings connected to our to this thing over here is the best we're going to get out of this. And it's not awful. We don't actually want to close these groups though. We could do this thing and be hopeful. We will never finish the quest on this tile, but it can still do some work for us. Or maybe more like this. Yeah, I don't want to put any additional restrictions on that just yet. This is river, so 1, 2, 3, 4. It is still the case that we can put one river tile running off of the major river here in a position where it doesn't connect that thing without breaking our ability to connect to that thing. It would be best if this was connected somewhere to the main river, but it looks like we can't actually achieve a connection that is worth anything at all anywhere. Yeah, it's wild how bad this tile is for the way that our river is currently built. I guess do this and it can maybe connect the trees. And then over here, we can at least work toward perfecting some stuff. That'll do. Do we want to use this for the buildings? I doubt it's going to be useful for the field group, right? That seems unlikely. There are no open sides on it, so it doesn't connect well to the edges of that. I guess we can just use it to add buildings. Like this group is on the edge of being executable. That's not bad though. It kills a couple of tiles, but it makes this connectable. It makes this perfectable. Oh, sorry. This is a 4 exactly. I've been building this as though connecting it over here makes any kind of sense at all, but it does not. It already does not. So yeah, we should just be building these river tiles wherever they connect in a way that's profitable. That makes sense. We are totally going to finish this quest. That's not a bad one. This can go over here and continue providing perfects and also trees. We might actually be able to finish this quest too, honestly. Even with the size of it. Where do we want to put this water? Does it matter? I don't think it much matters. Just in a place where it connects to 2 waters. Alright, and then that river tile actually does kill that quest. We are... or finish that quest. We are actually, like... we are in a place where things are still happening. I thought for a second there we had hit the end of the game. But we did manage to close up enough groups to get back in. So does it make sense to play this over here? Can we... with only one edge of this being open, it is a little awkward, but it does still kind of fit, huh? Yeah, it's not bad. We should definitely play this over here. That's a quest. We might even still be able to finish this. This could happen. It's not wholly infeasible. It is a little awkward, though. I'd like to place this in such a way as this field is likely to connect to the group as a whole, so I think this might be the thing. It does prevent us from perfecting that. Maybe I'm better off doing something like this, which is... it's going to take more plays to connect those, but it could happen. And then, despite this having a river on it, I do think we want to add to this group with it. So the tile we're about to pick up is, I need to rotate the map to rotate that tile. Okay, it's forest on all 6 sides. So... how do we set up the best way to take advantage of that? It's going to have to go here, right? So we can play like this. That does kill this tile, though. Okay, we can play... oof, no, it's actually very awkward. The combination of the river on this tile and the all 6 forests on that tile is very awkward. I guess we can just play this far away, and we do want to be able to close this group eventually. I'm just going to play it here. Then we'll do this here, and it looks like... boy, maybe I should play this tile in such a way that it itself cannot be perfected, but it feeds the rest of these. Yeah, that probably makes sense. So we don't have any active railroad or river goals at this point. Yeah, we care about towns and trees and fields. Okay. That's pretty good. That's a tough one to ignore. So these railroad river tiles that are coming up right now are kind of nothing. Except insofar as they can connect tiles. They can lead toward perfects. I mean, this does surround this tile on 5 sides by good matches, but then it creates a real situation there where we have to use a railroad. Actually, this is fine. This is a fine match. And then, like, this creates some okay stuff, but actually it prevents a perfect on that. This tile is going to be unplayable otherwise. And it does promote the perfect here. Like, that actually could still happen. Oh, and I didn't even recognize that. Yeah, that's pretty good. That was an okay play. This is also pretty good. Yeah, because this tile is still live. Okay, exciting. That's exciting stuff. I would describe our time with Dorfromantik as nothing if not exciting. This is still live too. Our river is not very filled in. This tile is actually still good. So playing this here does promote that. It's a pretty soft play on its own. But yeah, I think that's sensible. And then we can still complete this. This can still happen. Really want to be careful about how we do it, but I think that's pretty good, and it perfects this tile. Yeah, man. Okay, fields. Fields are a rough one. We have no value at all for fields down here, so we just have to... It's a shame. I feel like with the field tiles, we're not building in a way that feeds any other future idea. We're just getting this stuff out of it. But I mean, that's not so bad. Okay, so this is almost perfect. This area over here, like, even with railroad tiles, we managed to build a thing that's dense enough that we're still actually working on real stuff when we place tiles here, so I don't feel too bad about that. I feel like the railroad tiles are still better for us than river tiles are. That's no good. You know what the music in this game kind of reminds me of a little bit is, yeah, that's fine. Is the music from Godhood, which is a really excellent game from the Reus and Renowned Explorers team that came out last year. I should play some more of that. Do I want to just do this? Because this does perfect that tile. Yeah, that's fine. It's kind of a weird connection, but it's fine. Now, unfortunately, I think it's going to be really hard to benefit from this tile very much. Yeah, we're not going to be able to really seal up any good stuff here. Only 10 buildings. I mean, we're close, but we can see that all that's coming up is fields. Maybe we can make a field thing happen. Maybe we can make some distance on our field goals. Maybe this tile can really score us a field goal. So placing it here, perhaps 2 tiles that are still live for potentially getting perfected, but it doesn't actually do anything by itself. So maybe we're better off just placing kind of a bad tile here, because this does score 2 perfects like that, doesn't it? Yeah. That gains us 2 tiles. It gains us 1 tile. Probably not like this. If we do this thing, this tile's not live. This tile is, but, like, we have to have a railroad to finish it. I don't know. I don't know if I think we're going to be able to get this or not. So let's see. With only 4 tiles left, it's tough to imagine drawing enough fields to finish the job here. It's a shame that that tile was not perfectable. And yeah, we can see the last 3 tiles do not appear to have fields on them. Can we accumulate some perfects here? That next railroad tile that's coming up does have a lot of open sides on it. So it needs to be placed in a pretty carefully selected spot, but we might be able to use it to finish some tiles that are looking for open sides. It needs to have 2 open spaces next to it. It's like placing it in here to finish off these 3, or to finish off these 2, and put some weight on this one. Works, but not if we put this tile here. So this tile won't be finished. This tile is, yeah, this tile is perfect if we just do something like that. We do that, that earns us some more. Any place where we can put down a tile and score at least 1 perfect, we're just buying time, hoping for more fields to actually finish out the field quest. We're not particularly close to the other quests at the moment. Yeah, the field quest is our current only hope. That's very unfortunate. That said, connecting any rail at all to this does perfect it. Is there a better play than that? It's hard to imagine that there would be. Okay, we got some fields coming up. We just gotta keep building to survive. So This tile is live. This tile is live. It's hard to finish them, though. This tile is not live. We don't care about building out those edges. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and do this. And then this is completable, but can we do something? Can we get a perfect going up here somewhere where we're also adding fields to the group? Oof, probably not, actually. Right, over here where we still need trees. This gets me one perfect. And potentially sets up another perfect in the sort of near future. I think we're actually better off continuing to work in the forest group area with this. So that does score us that perfect and sets up this perfect and adds trees that could potentially be connected to the big group. Yeah. Alright. Okay, river tile. River tile is a little awkward. I'm mostly talking in terms of, like, scoring tiles to continue living here. But of course, it would also be good to be thinking in terms of just maximizing score per tile as we're running out, because, like, the thing we're trying to do is get that score, right? This is not bad. Yeah, so now any tile with a tree on it can finish that for a perfect, although obviously it can't also have a railroad. The railroad does add complication. And unfortunately, a lot of these over here are, they're like 2 edges away from completion. We can do, like, well, the house is on the wrong side. Oh, we could do this. But this doesn't actually make this easier to complete because it adds a railroad requirement. Yeah, rough. Well, this one's just not very good, I'm afraid. When it comes down to these little, like, these plays around the edges where we're getting tiny, tiny bits of value, I always am very nervous doing this kind of stuff on camera because I'm sure that I'm missing stuff and other people do see the stuff. And that feels bad. So let's see. Maybe we just go back and complete that other tile I was talking about. But, oh yeah, right, this one's dead. Building around that tile's edges does not get me value. We're not going to be able to put up enough trees to actually finish these groups right now. We're so close. We're so close to being live again off of finishing some of these quests, which would feed into the other quests so easily. We can, of course, finish that. Where's that river tile that I was looking? Oh, this one. We can, of course, put some stuff down and finish this river tile. Get a perfect that way and just buy us some time. Ooh, a tile with completely open edges I think actually is a thing that we need, isn't it? Isn't there somewhere that we had? And we have a couple of places where it's really good. Do we have a place where it finishes something? Over here, it itself could be perfect, but it's not going to perfect any of these other tiles because they're not done enough. So it looks like maybe not. Maybe we do not anymore have a place where that is like a huge slam dunk. It's quite good here. But this tile's dead. This tile's live. That'll be a real perfect. These tiles are live, but they're not finished. So, okay. I mean, at the very least, we can trade it for another tile. That's not nothing. So what would we have to do to have a hope of surviving here? We could place this down like that. Yeah, that gets us 2 perfects and builds this group even stronger. And then if we can connect this group and this group, which we'd have to do by building through here, We could get somewhere. I like somewhere. I wanna be somewhere. Where was the spot that we were just looking at for this? Ah, right here. Right here where it does perfect one tile. Okay, trees. What we got is trees. Sadly, this does not help us finish the group. In fact, it kind of is only useful building away from the place where we need the group to get bigger. I guess, okay, if I put it here, it can potentially unite itself with those later. And is this tile live right now? I think it is. Yeah, okay. That at least gets us another tile. So we can see that in our remaining 3 tiles, we do not have the thing that we would need to connect these through. We do have a tile that could finish this for a perfect, but it puts a bunch of fields in the middle of our forest area. So let's look up here. We have 3 fields coming in. Can we finish a tile up here in a way that will allow us to draw some more? Like, could we use this to just get a perfect right now? Yes, that's a live tile, right? What about over here? I'm looking for this like the trees are going to be useful, but again, we closed all of the edges. That's what we were doing. Oh, this would have been a good place for that tile with all the open edges. Yep. That was a place where that would have been really nice. I knew we had some. Maybe I do just put this down like this just to get a perfect, and yeah, we'll recycle it for another tile. Okay. This tile is live and good. This adds to that group, gets me 2 perfects. We are good. Okay, we have this group. We have this group done. That's a quest. Hooray! So these are the only openings in which to build, which means we're going to have to kind of kill one of them by doing something like this. Does it matter which one? I think the answer is no. I guess, okay, one thing I could do is I could put it down like this, and then place this next tile such that the 3 field edges are... Okay, so we don't have to kill something right now if we create an opportunity for this to be good. Like here. Yeah. So which way do we want this to run? That way's fine. Hooray! Okay, so we can work on this group as long as we're working toward more perfects, right? As long as we are continuing to work toward more perfects. Sorry, I don't want to close that. That's an important valve. That said, we are not currently looking at the tools that we need to actually finish this. We do need to still get a little bit lucky and draw some stuff off the top. We do need to... Okay, so one thing I need to be trying to do is I need to be actively trying to finish tiles. This tile's already dead, but this tile could still be perfected. So I'm going to let this tile be dead. Now this has the kind of shape that we need to actually get that tile finished, to get the connection here. Okay, and that down there has enough trees on it that this could happen. Is this 134 trees? I have no idea, and I'm not going to count them. We can just kind of hope. Okay, so how about up here? Do we need to make field connections up here somewhere? We have all of these fields, and I really would love to perfect some tiles. Let's see. If I lay this down like here. No, this is still live. So we have 5 consecutive open edges, and I think this is good. It looks like this tile's dead, but these 3 are still good. So if I lay this down like this, Wait, this tile's dead. This one, and this one are the places where I want... the arrangement of the open edges on this tile is not going to allow us to get those 3 perfects. So I guess I'll do something else with it. We can do this with it, which... Nope, this tile is not live, actually. So I don't have to worry about that so much. These are live, though, and I want to be careful with that. Yeah, that's a perfect and gives us some more perfects in the future, potentially. And we're just going to keep building. We're never going to stop. Let's use this to actually do some town stuff. We can make some town stuff happen here. Again, I have managed to build my town in a way that I do not benefit from this alternating thing. Just never ever. It's never good for me. I have never done a good job with it. But this gets that one... Yeah, I'm going to do this. This gets that one quest down to only 6 buildings. That's like a couple of tiles, right? You only have to get a couple of tiles right for that to work out. So, do we just... I think we just take this connection because I don't want to mess around and potentially lose the opportunity. We have to make sure that we can get that. 28 trees. 28 trees is, like, very doable. So, are you live? You are live. Obviously, it would take some effort to finish this because we gotta fill those in. You know what? This is going in that spot up here. Be very foolish not to do this. Oh, I thought 3 of those were... Okay, only 2. Oh, right, sorry. This one's live, it's just not finished. We have to do more stuff before that counts. We're not going to be able to finish this tile because of the railroad thing here. Which is unfortunate. Yeah, this river is... I think, unlikely to yield very much of value. So let's go ahead and play the trees. Let's play its trees for all they're worth. So you're dead. You're potentially alive. I mean, it's a large enough number of trees that it will help us finish the quest. Oh no, we need 8 trees and all of our remaining tiles combined have like 3 trees on them. I need at least 1 perfect. I need to find a place where I can trade one of these tiles out for another tile that maybe has some damn trees on it. Let's see. This tile's not live, so the connector thing here doesn't save that. Uh-oh. We might be in some trouble, y'all. We gotta be able to put something together somewhere. So let's see, I just need, if I close this... Oh no, this is open edge against trees. This tile and this tile are both already done for. Yeah, that tile doesn't have anything. We just need a perfect. We need a perfect somewhere. It's tough to do with railroads, though. What about over here? I haven't looked at these tiles very much in a minute. I apologize that my pace of play has slowed down tremendously, but, like, we're really close to becoming alive again off of that quest. So I would need... Yeah, this doesn't quite work. I need to either complete a tile or somewhere, or be one more play off of completing a tile, I think. If I can make either of those situations happen, we could potentially get somewhere here. I just need a few trees, man. Just a couple. You know? Actually. Oh no, never mind. Buildings there. I was gonna say, this tile's almost live. Rail here and water thing there would actually have finished it if this edge was good. Oh, there's so many places where there could be a real answer. Oh, wait a second. Wait a second. Are you... No, no, no. This is a flat, open grass edge against water. Almost. I think we might be out of luck. Yeah, that's got a bad edge. That's got a bad edge. Putting this thing down here will score us 60 points, but will not finish any of these tiles because it does remember that it is water and rails. It feels like there should be something over here. We've got like all of these places where the railway runs in on itself, and yeah, but I think we're just barely not going to be able to get there. If there was a place where the flat open grass edge of this was enough. In theory, even a place where we have to play 3 tiles to score a perfect could be sufficient, because a single tile that we draw off the top could have 8 trees on it, right? We'd be putting ourselves in beg for top decks mode, but it is possible. There must be a place where these 3 tiles can create a perfect. Must be. I don't actually know that, but it feels like there should be, in a sort of a cosmic justice kind of sense. Okay, hold on. This tile's almost perfect. This guy with the open edges. And actually, this tile's perfect too. Yeah, this guy with the open edges can make some stuff happen here. Okay, so we're still in it. We have distance. So where is the best place to play this railroad? It's probably over here somewhere. There's a couple of places over here where it almost makes something good. And almost make something good can be enough for right now. We need to create a situation where in the future we can come along and finish the job. Let's see. Nope, you're not good. We definitely don't want to play this just out into the open. Boy, all that looking around and I didn't even determine like a second best. I think the problem is this is just like, this particular tile is profoundly bad for us. Unless I'm missing it. In which case, I shall be very embarrassed. Okay, so... I've lost track of where we were. Here we go. So if we put the 2 open edges here... Yeah, it perfects that tile, and then this tile is very perfectible with anything that has an open grass edge. So we can dig for another tile. I think this guy cannot be used to perfect anything. But it can be used to fill some stuff in. Actually, this tile, that tile's perfect off of a water play. So yeah, we're doing our level best to draw something with trees on it, and I just can't quite seem to get there. You're not good because of that. You're good with it, just any open edge though. And you're almost good. Aha, that's enough trees. See, all that hemming and hawing turned out to be worth it. We are in fact live. That is in fact at least 8 trees. And I have never been happier to see at least 8 trees. This wants to be connected to exactly 42 railroad tiles. That seems unlikely to me. So let's see. We only have 14 over there. What about over here? Nope. That is more than 42 already. So yeah, this is definitely not completable. But it has buildings on it, and we can use those buildings. Let's put this down for the buildings, like over here. And then put this one down for the buildings as well. So we need to get 2 more buildings onto that. And we don't have them. We have 1 building. We have 1 building left in our pool here. Heartbreaking. And we need 136 trees to make the next level of the forest happen, so that's not going to occur. Do we have a place where field? Do we have a place where field? Let me ask you this. Do we have a place where field? I can't get the cadence of Thought Slime saying, or sorry, Scaredy Matt saying, "What if Freddy versus Jason?" out of my head right now. Nope, this tile is not live. But honestly, the tile with all the water coming out of it is actually still live for the moment. We could create this where this tile is theoretically finishable, but I think I don't have it in me to keep looking with the level of intensity that we were looking at moments ago. I'm flagging here. I'm defeated. We're gonna have to just wrap it up, I think. Okay, hold on a second. Are either of these tiles good? This tile is good. Right? In theory, that is finishable. Yet one building short. Heartbreaking. Okay, well, what about this? Can we use these 2 tiles to get some perfects over here? Maybe we could draw enough house to get the thing going. What is still live over here? I made sort of a patchwork mess of this with the last couple of plays. So desperate I was to get credit for the quest. So this is dead. This is dead. This is dead. This one's still live, but it needs 3 tiles to be finished. This one's live, but it needs a field, and we don't have that. This one's dead. This tile here, which is a shame, because we do have enough tiles to finish that. This area is not... Yeah, there's a bunch of not placeable stuff due to little bits of railway and river. Huge bummer, dude. Absolutely. That tile is extremely dead. Alright, if we were going to find a spot where we could still be live, it would be up here. Unfortunately, kind of a lot of trees. These tiles are close to done, but a lot of them require some open edges. This tile could be finished, though. Right, if we do this. We drew 2 houses. It never ends. Hope is never dead. Is the thing. The thing about hope. Oh, actually, this is, like, really nice, too. Yeah, that's a 40-point play, and potentially creates some real estate for another perfect. So 6 houses. We got lots and lots of open edges here. This tile having a river on it is a little awkward. I mean, I guess technically this doesn't break anything. I'm looking at the tile below this one and thinking, like, what on earth could we possibly do with that? Are any of these tiles up here still live that we could just build on? These 2 are dead off of each other, in fact, which is really awkward. This one's dead. Yeah, that tree tile is also no good. Oh! That's solid, though. And then this thing is just a nightmare. What about over here? Over here we have some tiles that are still a thing. We would have to draw exactly the right stuff to be able to make anything in this area perfect off of this monster of a tile. I'd be terrified as a person operating a train, as a train engineer type individual, to have to navigate this like rat's nest of track here. This seems like the worst thing ever. Technically, I guess like this tile's still live and I guess finishable, but realistically, no. That's very silly. That's a silly idea. Okay. That's fine. I definitely am just like, I can feel my brain. It's overheated. I can smell it. You don't want to be able to smell your brain. So I think we're probably going to be out here just because I don't have it in me to keep going on. The game has exhausted me. But this is a really good score. I'm very pleased with it. So we have a tile down there that has water on it. It's not one that I think we're going to be able to use to finish anything over here. Yeah, like if that tile was one of the really sharp turns, we could potentially place it here with the water running out that way and finish something in this area, but I don't. It's the wider turn. It's the one where the two water bits are 2 edges apart. So I think I am just going to place this here. This is a lot of trees. It's not enough trees, but it is a lot. That's actually, like, pretty nice. This water tile wants to be connected to 107 additional water. I mean, out of curiosity, how close are we if we connect it up here? Okay, it only needs 15 more than that. We've done some work. We've done some things here today. What was this? Oh, right. This quest is about closing field groups. You know what I have not been doing is closing stuff. We got some progress on that quest, though. I'm getting closer to more unlocks. All right, let's just put this down in a place where it's going to score well, and then I need to go lie down. This game chilled me into a coma. That's like 20 points. That's 20 points. There's got to be some space up here where I can, like, rivers and trees this. Not really, huh? It's actually kind of an awkward tile. Alright, we'll put it by the big tree group. That's fine. We'll get like 20 points off of it. I think it's the best I can do. Yeah, with there not being any open sides on it. I'm taking this and calling it. I'm calling it at 28,460, which I think is fully twice my previous high score. And that's that. I need a break. Thank you all so much for watching. I thought that was going to be a single 1 hour long video. I'm not decided what I'm going to do with that yet. If I'm going to upload that as an epic or break it up into pieces. But thank you all so much for watching. Anybody who got through to the end of that, you're a true hero. When you come back next time on Monday, we're going to have some more different stuff happening. And we'll see you then.